And hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Hey Kaz, hey SP4! Happy Friday! Happy Friday! How is it going? Do you have snacks? Cheesy treats maybe? Hi, hi! How's been your week? I have had a great week. Yeah, so I wasn't able to stream either Wednesday or yesterday. Um, so today it is for this week's stream, right? And we are going back to Factorio. I will be going back to Foundation, I think, but I'm going to wait for a few updates. Because right now there are some pretty serious bugs with it. Um, Probably one of the most important one is the fact that resources apparently get deleted uh, from your city, like when being transported around. If you're in more than 1x speed, which is pretty bad. Not moved since you lay on the sofa with the resistance loop and wait. You have Spanish sun, so it's good. Nice. At least there's that. Yeah, it started to be very much spring over in France too. Enjoying that. So yeah, we're going back to Factorio Space Age. We were on Gleba, and we are continuing the Gleba run, I guess. Well, the Gleba part of the run. Um, what we were doing last was... come on, I lost our brain, please. Uh, what we were doing last was working on the logistics of Gleba to use less bots and more belts to make to work on the power issues basically that we were having on Gleba. We mostly solved it. We have some more progress to make on that front. Just like having everything belted instead of relying on bots for everything. And yeah, apparently, according to past me, we were almost ready for Gleba Science. So ready to start exporting stuff from Gleba to other planets and do science with it. So let's go have a look and try to remember what we were doing, shall we? So this is Gleba. This is our factory on Gleba. What we were doing last time was expanding significantly the carbon production, which is powering our base, and which consumes all the spoilage we generate basically in the base. I think we want to expand on that. We have designed here a coal production that can consume, I think, a whole half a green belt, right? We are consuming half a green belt here. So that means that these two green belts should be consumed fully by 4 factories, but that means expanding, and so that means moving power. We're gonna need to move this power generation setup. Is basically where we are at. Because the main issue we were having on Gleba... Oh yeah, look at that power crashing right now. So we still have some progress to make on power. Yeah, the main issue we were having on Gleba is that basically half of the power consumption of the base is due to bots. And that's completely avoidable, right? Most of this power usage is avoidable just by replacing bots by belts. So that's what we are going to try to achieve today, I guess. A lot of this power production now also goes towards the foundries and the beacons. That's very power hungry. And this is powering basically the iron setup, the copper setup, all the circuits, but you see that not that much is moving here. So we are crashing the power with not much moving, which is a concern, obviously. Where do we have beacons? Right, for the rockets we have beacons. So these beacons are very power hungry, obviously. But they're going to be important to like speed of rocket production, basically. So yeah, and you see that we're still using exclusively bots for a lot of these builds. Like this is bots, this is bots, this is bots. So we need a lot of these return lines to be like, yeah, we are getting some products out of these factories. That's great, but we don't want to do it with bots anymore. We want like this, for example. We want this to get sent elsewhere, but by belt. Alright, so I think probably the first order of business here is going to be to move this factory. It's completely in the middle of the way. So let's move it out of the way. Something like that might be about right. We do need to have water for the pump. I guess we could pump the water from a bit further out. That's also a solution. Yeah, maybe let's do that. So we can place this whole thing. But we're just going to need to pump water to here. I see water over here. Offshore pump can be there. Hello bots, come build for me, please. We have a lot of resources on hand, so building this isn't that complicated. We have most of what we need at the moment. We are going to need to build these burners. We need a few heat pipes, a few turbines. That's doable. So I think this might be in orbit of Gleba, isn't it? Yeah. This is in orbit of Gleba, and we do have heat pipes, we do have turbines in here. What else do we have that we may need? That's about it right now, I think. Yeah, I think that's about it right now. Well, that's not that bad. So the turbines are coming, the heat pipes are coming, we need heating towers. Oh, we don't have power poles? Huh, interesting. I think we might have some on here. If not, we can craft them, that's not a big deal at all. No, we don't have them. Well, let's craft them then. Let's craft a few. What do we need for the heating towers? We need heat pipes, we need boilers, and we need concrete. Alright. Yeah, concrete was a problem actually. Concrete is a problem when it comes to making even the rocket silos. Where cheese? Well, we need to research cheese, right? We need to do Gleba research, Gleba science. So let's see, lava cake delivery, do you have any concrete? Yes, you do. Gimme. Gimme, 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 gimme. Okay, that's good. What about the shuttle? The shuttle has metallurgic science, a lot of it. That's about it for now. I think this might need to go... Where does it import concrete from? We're not producing concrete on Vulcanus? I think we are. Let's see. Aren't we mass producing concrete on Vulcanus? Oh, we're producing landfill on Vulcanus. Right. I remember. Alright, I guess we send you back to Nauvis then, where you can reload. Meanwhile, did we get any concrete? Maybe, maybe not. No. Nope, we didn't get any concrete. We are not requesting it either, to be fair. So that might be an oversight on my part. Also, why don't I have this displayed? Yeah, that's better. So much better. Another thing... I want to look into the design of stuff here. So that's a passive provider. Then you get spoilage in here. Right. I am questioning... I don't know, I mentioned last time... I watched the end of last time's VOD before I started. I mentioned last time that I wanted to improve this storage. I don't know what I meant, is the problem. I don't remember what I meant. It's been such a long time since we played Factorio. So that's a bit of an issue here. Usually you prefer remembering what you meant. Right, did I get any concrete? There's no concrete in storage at all. Right. Can I steal concrete from here or something? Can I perform concrete theft? Yes, I can. Oh, of course I can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think we needed. Yeah. What else did we need? And why don't you have power? Probably some trivial matter of actually providing power to my stuff. You know, I hear it helps. I hear it helps. So this thing, what it's going to do here is that it burns spoilage if we have too much of it. Where is it? I think this one burns it if we have too much of it. And if not, maybe everybody burns it if we have too much of it. And if not, we burn this, how is it called? Carbon, which is produced by these. So right now what we want is a lot more carbon production. Because obviously carbon is more energy dense, it's just a better source of energy overall. So we'd like to keep using that. Then we have this buffer chest. Should we keep it? Maybe. Yeah, maybe we should have a buffer chest on the other thing. Just in case. And then that means we can just have green belts. Ooh, that's a lot of bots. A whole lot of bots. Alright. We are going to want to power that buffer. And that's just gonna load these belts. Good. We are going to want to provide it with the carbon output too. What's this splitter for? Oh, it's just for merging stuff. We're not going to need that anymore. Alright. So we're almost ready to shut this down, I think. Oh, actually, the carbon needs to come from down here, doesn't it? Yeah. And what is this? That's a return line for spoilage. Alright. I think we are going to go up like that for carbon. Also, you go down. That's gonna damage a lot of stuff, but we don't care. Not that much. I don't want plants in my face. Right. No iron. Oh, that's a lot of crap. Alright. So now we should be able to start transferring production to the new power plant. That was pretty fast to set up, to be honest. Pretty painless. And this is most of the carbon production that's going there, right? The question is, why do I have... Oh, that's my return line for spoilage, I believe? Yeah, that's my spoilage return line. Yeah, we want to keep that here. That's important. That probably means I want to shift this actually. That way I can just keep it in line. Because this is the spoilage return line. So we can fully divert it. And we can uproot these two lines. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. How is this doing? Well, it's getting carbon still, but not that much anymore. And this is officially producing. So I think we're good. I think we're good to take the input here. To take out... ooh, that's gonna be painful. This whole thing. Uh-oh. I think I made the bots angry. Maybe hungry even. Angry for cheese. They want better spoilage. They want all the spoilage. To be fair, I can understand them. I want the cheese too. Hashtag hungry for cheese. Alright, how are we doing, bots? Not great. That's okay, that's okay. Pat. And we're going to wait for them to completely shut down, which should come in relatively soon, I think. Also, let's remove a little bit of the flora in here. We really don't want that up in our business. While we're here, power output is declining, I believe. What's the temperature doing? Yeah, temperature is no dropping, so yeah. That's gonna help. So we are not going to cut it straight away. Also, how is the temperature doing here? I didn't check that. The temperature is still rising, so if we cut things too fast, we might end up in a situation where these shut down before these ones are actually ready to produce, which would be bad. Like the temperature here is only 46 degrees for those. It's a bit better for these ones. We're at 350 already. Yeah, it's not perfect either. The good news is we are throwing away spoilage at the moment. So all of them are getting fed. So all of them are getting to heat up a little bit. I probably want to reroute the carbon production right now. That seems fairly important. How am I going to do that? Something like that? Yeah. Something like that. And that's just for spoilage. That's fine. Yeah, so now we're getting a full green belt. The full green belt is barely enough to feed those, so yeah. But these are getting fully fed at least. It's temporary. It's purely temporary. I don't get why this is like that. Oh, because I had... Yeah, okay, no, I get it. Because I wanted a passive provider for this. That's fair. That is fair. We're going to need to consider putting it back. Hey, Spud, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm doing great, thank you. Oh, is your Friday? Bendy and the Ink Machine, what is that? I've never heard of that game. It kinda sounds like a puzzle game almost. Very low energy. Yeah. There are days like that, isn't there? Puzzle shooter horror. Huh. Interesting. I need to look into that. Would you recommend it? That might be... That might be a game I might want to play. You think of it as a tour through Mickey Mouse Clubhouse with all of the evil out in the open. Interesting premise, to say the least. I'm not sure what that means, to be quite honest. But it does sound fun. Oh, you haven't actually played it yet. Alright. Well, I'll be interested to hear your opinion on it. Alright, the heat is dropping still. I think this is, yeah, this is below production temperature. So we have stopped power output here. This is slowly getting there. Yeah, temperature 505. So we are almost down to stopping on this part of the build. What about this? 334, 340, yeah. Slowly winding down. But this whole thing is now almost entirely up. So that's great. These are getting the boost they require with the spoilage. So that's good too. It's like a horror shooter, but in the style of like 1920s Mickey Mouse cartoons. You know, that description reminds me a little bit of oh, dang it, what's the name of this game? It's a platformer. Well, a bullet hell platformer. I can't remember the name of it. Dang it. Ah, come on, Alasso. Brain, please. No, I don't think it's gonna come back to me. But yeah, this kind of old art style, very cartoony. I do like this art style. It's fun. Here we go. This has stopped too. Alright. The temperature is still 505. I mean, technically, I guess they're all stopping at 505. Oh, interesting. Maybe the actual minimum temperature advertised is not the minimum temperature. Ah, here we go. So this is shut down officially. Let's uproot it. I think we have to remove that one too. Or to move it. Yeah, I think I need to move it. And I might want to put in another poor roboport, I mean, right here probably. So that I have full coverage of this whole line here. Yep. Next step. Next step, we remove the remnants of this system. I guess we need to remove the whole bottom of these builds, don't we? We need to cut off like this entire thing here. Yeah. Have a good luck, Spud. Have a great luck. Thank you for stopping by. And now... I guess the part we copy is this whole thing? Maybe we don't take these belts with it. Yeah. See you in about 4 or 5 hours. Yep. Have a great time. I hope you have a great stream too. And if you do not follow Spud, do give him a follow. Okay, so we don't want the carbon on there. That would be bad. Well, it wouldn't be that bad. It wouldn't be as bad as getting the spoilage on the carbon line, I guess. But still not ideal, you know. In the grand scheme of things, not the most ideal thing. How do I join them? I guess I'm going a little bit further back is probably the good move. I'm not going to want output on the top here. This I would like to be green. Perfect. And then underground. Whee! Underground off. Next. Pretty much the same right here. Come on. And that should be about it, I think. Yeah, so this gets removed, this gets removed. And then I'm going to copy paste this whole thing. In the appropriate places. Oop. Bit too far. Good. Next. Next. Oh, there's a bunch of blue belts where there should be green belts and all that jazz. That's not amazing. The top part isn't bad. I think I redid the top part for pretty much everything. I might as well still... Yeah, no, there's still upgrades to be made. Alright, so you... Basically the header part... I'm going to copy-paste over. And hard replace everything. So we're upgrading the whole power production part of the build. If you have not been here before, this is my Gleba factory, and earlier it was relying a lot on bots. Way too much, to the point where, like, I think at the start of this power upgrade endeavor, like 3/4 of my power production was just to feed the bots that were providing the logistics to everything, which isn't ideal, to say the least. And so we are currently in the process of upgrading everything, so we have the power production to be able to do Gleba science and all that stuff. And currently that involves upgrading my carbon production, which was designed basically at the very start of this playthrough and now is obsolete. What are we doing now? We're consuming a lot more spoilage, that's good. That's great news. What do we need? We need 53 biochambers, right. So I need to make biochambers. What do I need again to make biochambers? Yeah, I need eggs, nutrients. I see. Give me a stack of nutrients, a few eggs. I think I'm going to go stand next to the guns. Just so that if that spawns, I'm not in trouble. And I'm going to handcraft a few biochambers. How many did we say we needed? Like 50? 60? We have 20 already. So that's my current egg production. We are cultivating the eggs in a very small quantity. The reason for that is we are not using them yet. So I'm just keeping a small buffer of eggs for my personal production need. And we are going to need to upgrade that quite significantly when we actually make the Gleba science, because the Gleba science requires eggs. So right now this is basically waiting on production cycles, I think. Yeah, it's just a decently slow process of reproducing the pentapod eggs. Fair enough, right? It takes a little bit to hatch. And all that good stuff. Well, technically I guess this is cloning. Probably more like cloning, yeah. And so this is the actual power production. So I have heating towers that I feed with the carbon that I produce in these factories that I just upgraded. And so yeah, currently these heating towers, they eat the carbon, and if I have too much spoilage, they eat the spoilage. Obviously, I'm upgrading as much as I can the spoilage into carbon, because that's more energy dense, that's better. But I still end up with more spoilage than I need for carbon. And if I do end up with more spoilage than I need for carbon, I want to consume that, because I don't want to have an infinite buffer of spoilage that breaks everything in my base, right? That would make no sense. I think we're about right on biochambers. Let's make a few more, just because we're eventually going to need it anyway. So the job of the power production is both to burn off the excess spoilage and to produce the power. And when I say excess spoilage, I think the buffer I keep is like 100,000 spoilage. It's a lot. It's a lot of spoilage I keep in buffer, because that feeds the whole factory basically. Right, I don't want any more nutrients, I don't want any more eggs. I'm done with that. Hey, Guppy, hydrate, thank you for the hydrate. More coffee! Oh, dang it, I spilled my coffee. How did I manage that? I spilled the coffee not on myself, but on the table. And stretch. No bathing in coffee. No, I didn't bathe in coffee. That's the impressive part, because I was shrimping all the way. Free posture check, by the way. I was shrimping all the way back, and I should have by all means spilled it on myself, but I didn't, impressively. Where? Oh, the biochambers are not produced yet. They're still in my pocket being produced. I see. But yeah, I should have 100% spilled everything on myself there. I'm impressed I did not. Alright, the biochambers want pizza. Please deliver pizza to the next nearest biochamber. Hey, Grouch, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. What were you playing? How did it go? Split Fiction, what is that? I don't know that game. I'm discovering games today. How did your stream go? Oh, you came in right... Oh no, right before the ad break. I'm going to snooze that a little bit. Here we go. Hello, hello, Couch Potato Raid! Yeah! Welcome in, everybody. Hey, Blitzy. Yeah, what is Split Fiction? How did it go? How did you enjoy it? Tell me about it. You played Gears of War 3 with Phoebe. Oh! And then Split Fiction with Blitzy. Nice! It's a new game from the creators of If Takes Two. Oh! Interesting! Interesting. It Takes Two was an interesting game. Not the most wholesome game ever. It's a split-screen co-op adventure. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I might have to look into it. Did you enjoy it? Did you have fun? Well, welcome in everybody. We are playing Factorio today. I'm returning to the factory after a bit of a break. It's been quite a long time that we've been in the factory. We are playing on Gleba. Uh, if you don't know Factorio, um, Factorio is a game where you build a big factory and you launch rockets. We are playing Space Age. So this is the factory on the starting planet. So on the starting planet, pretty much what you're doing is you are mining ores. Here I'm putting them in trains. The trains come here, unload the ores. This gets smelted. And then it gets sent into a big production line where I make circuits, I make all sorts of stuff, and at the end of the day, I produce science packs, right? To do research. So the goal of the game is to progress in the research, and I also make components for my factory in this area. So this is the starting planet. This is Nauvis, our factory on Nauvis. It's a decently big factory. And it's built to do research at about 150 science per minute at the moment. And then you go explore other planets on Vulcanus once you have progressed far enough in this science. The first planet we went to is Vulcanus, which is a lava planet. A lava planet where you have big worms patrolling around. You can see here the radar detected one of the worms. We do see one in radar range right now. So you have big worms patrolling around, guarding their territory. And so you see these red striped areas are the worms' territories. So we built a small factory on Vulcanus. Vulcanus has a few new resources, in particular tungsten and calcite. And it's a volcanic planet, so you can produce a lot of stuff by just pumping lava, and you basically extract free iron and copper from the lava. And so you have these new buildings, the foundry in particular, and the big miner. Where is my big miners? Right, these big miners. Ooh, this mine is empty. That's a problem. Oh, not such a problem. It's an old mine. I already built a new one right here, as you can see. So that was expected that it would run out. Yes, so these foundries allow us to streamline a few of these processes, and on Vulcanus in particular, we can use lava as a starting point to produce a lot of stuff. Right now, this factory isn't very active, but ultimately on Vulcanus, you produce a new science pack which is dedicated to Vulcanus and which is specifically produced on Vulcanus, and that's the same for every other planet. To go from one planet to the other, we build spaceships. So this is our small spaceship which is going around uh, different planets, Vulcanus, Gleba, Nauvis, and basically delivers science from Vulcanus to Nauvis, and eventually it's gonna deliver science from Gleba, which is the planet we are on right now, to Nauvis. So right now, this spaceship is waiting on requests to be satisfied. It's waiting on landfill and calcite requests. So it's requesting stuff to be delivered from Vulcanus. It's in orbit of Vulcanus right now. Why is it waiting on calcite? I mean, I have a lot of calcite here. I might be waiting on rockets. Why no rockets? Because no rocket fuel. And why no rocket fuel? No rocket fuel because no light oil. Why no light oil? The light oil production. Oh no, that's light oil cracking, sorry. Where is the light oil production? It's in this area. Because I don't have any coal, that might be a problem. Yeah, this mine of coal ran out of coal, so I'm going to need to go to Vulcanus to fix that. Because right now everything is stopped on this planet because I'm using coal to produce a lot of my oil industry resources, and I need that to produce rocket fuel, right? Makes sense, doesn't it? Let me do a quick fix, maybe. The good news is I can do a lot of stuff remotely by bots. So I can tell my bots, hey, you place this building here, and the bots just do it. So yeah, there are a few buildings that are unique to Vulcanus, and there is a science that's unique to Vulcanus, and so basically that's why we need this planet at the end of the day. And it goes the same for Gleba. So to produce a more advanced science, you have drones, use them. Yep, that's what I just did. It's very good to use drones if you're in your base, but if I need to go and conquer like new resources, that might not be enough. Oh, actually, I'm producing coal here. Hmm. I see, but I'm not using it for oil industry. Well, that's not great. I might need to. I might need to... Oh, especially... Okay, so this produces heavy oil. Oh, this produces heavy oil as well. Okay. Right, let me finish the tour first. And then we can try to solve this big issue. But yeah, drones, if I'm completely outside of the reach of my base, are less useful than working in the base. So yeah. And so we are currently on Gleba. So the particularity of Gleba that makes the gameplay on this planet widely different is that everything spoils on Gleba. It's a very organic planet, and a lot of stuff that you produce spoils. This is not a very good example. So, for example, we are doing agriculture, so we are planting trees, and here we have these big crane-looking devices. When the trees are mature enough, they get harvested, and we produce fruit. Let's go have a look. Maybe here. Let's see, can we see something getting harvested? Yes, there we go. So we produce fruit, right? And we replant and all of that. This fruit, you can see it has a life bar, so eventually it's gonna spoil. So before it spoils, we need to process it into stuff. So that's what we're doing here. This factory here is producing this thing called bioflux. We have another factory. Where is it? Oh, wait, no, this factory, sorry. It's not producing bioflux, it's producing nutrients. So we're producing these two green belts of nutrients. Nutrients are required as a fuel to run these machines. So if you see a machine somewhere around with a pizza symbol like this one, it means it doesn't have enough nutrients to run, right? So it's like, hey, feed me. Feed me pizza. So the nutrients are getting produced here. And they feed the whole factory. All the other builds use nutrients except this build. And this build, its only function is as a starter build. Do I even need it anymore? Because now I have these machines that are used to start up this build. I don't think I need it anymore. Did I turn it off? I might remove this whole build in a moment. Anyway. Yeah, and so we are producing iron on this planet. It's not coming from lava. It's coming from having iron bacteria. And these iron bacteria, the particularity is that we reproduce them. We put them in the machine, we cultivate them, we feed them this bioflux, and these bacteria are going to produce iron that we can then melt and use for stuff. Same for copper. Here we produce rocket fuel, here we produce plastic, we produce sulfur, and all of these things come from these two types of fruits, with these orange ones and these pink ones that we produce over here. And eventually things spoil. When things spoil, they produce spoilage. And spoilage, well, we can burn it if we have too much of it. That's a little bit what we're doing over here. But a lot of what we're doing with spoilage is also using it to produce better fuel. And so that's what we were doing when you came in. We are producing carbon using spoilage. And this carbon is actually what's fueling the whole factory. Why is this stopped? This shouldn't be stopped. Unless I'm producing too much power, which would be slightly surprising, but it might be the case. Yeah, so you see that these heating towers, they say on the bottom right their temperature. They are at like 1,000 degrees, which is the maximum they can hold. They can burn things indefinitely, but if I'm not using the heat, it's useless, right? So right now, I'm not using this carbon because these towers are pretty much at the maximum temperature they can reach. And then the heat from these towers, I use it to produce steam, which I use to run these turbines, and that feeds my whole factory. So right now, if we look at the power production, um, we are steadily producing like 100 megawatts of power on this planet. And most of it goes to power beacons um, that are for our rocket build. So we are using the beacons to speed up building rockets, and we're going to need these rockets to send up stuff to space and to um, deliver the science that we are eventually going to produce on this planet. My objective for today is to start producing the science on Gleba. Currently, we have the capacity to produce rockets, and that's what we achieved last stream. Or the stream before, I don't quite remember. It's been quite a long time. But yes. And one endeavor we are going about along the way is reducing the power consumption of these roboports. You see it's still consuming like a fifth of our power or a quarter of our power. And these roboports consume all this energy to feed robots. What are the robots doing here? The robots are these little square you see flying around in map mode. We used to have the robots transport everything in here. That consumes a lot of power when we could actually just use belts. So you see that I have these um, active provider chests. They are stuff to give stuff to the robots instead of keeping it on belts. So I want to slowly move everything to being on belts. So yeah, we upgraded a lot of power production here. That's good. Now we need to put more stuff on belts. Why would I bother with power if I have a third of the cap used? The reason for that is that yes, I have a third of the cap used, but you can see that nothing is running in here. I'm not consuming much more power because most of the factory is actually stopped at the moment. And the reason why most of the factory is actually stopped is that I'm not producing science yet. So the problem is that when my whole factory starts running, I basically kill the power extremely fast. So I need to ensure that I have a lot of surplus power because these things are hungry in terms of power. Right now they don't consume much, but like their minimum power consumption is 83 kilowatts. That's what they consume when they're stopped. The maximum consumption if they would run full speed is 5 megawatt per foundry, right? So yes, I have little of what I can currently produce used. But let's see if we look at the graph. Um, when do we see it? You can see that even earlier today I had problems with my accumulators, my accumulator charge just dying because I was consuming too much power in a sudden surge. So yeah, like as soon as the stuff starts surging, I can easily double, triple my power consumption, maybe even quadruple it. I'm not sure what we have at the moment will be enough when we actually run. Alright, let's go see Vulcanus and try to solve its issues. So here we have put in a few more miners. That's good. But that's not gonna be good enough fairly soon. Like a lot of the factory isn't even provided with coal. First of all, we can remove these big miners. They are useless because they don't have ores anymore. Alright. I kinda want to sort out these belts a little bit. Just to tidy things a little bit. Alright, that's good. And so now we have more coal production over here. Which first of all isn't really gonna be enough, I think. So we might need to bring the roboports down there. The roboport network. So that the bots can go work down there. Let's see. If we copy this. So this orange range is the logistics range of the bots. So the range in which they provide all the logistics services of the network. Let's actually just spam them a little bit. We don't have power problems on Vulcanus. So one thing that's interesting is that solar power production isn't as powerful on all the planets. Like some planets are like closer to the sun, so solar power is much more powerful there. That's the case of Vulcanus. Some planets are much further from the sun, and so that's the case of Gleba, which is further from the sun than the starting planet. Ah, come on. And solar power is less powerful than on the starting planet. So you have to rely more on burning fuel, basically. That's why we have this whole burning of organics on Gleba. Where here on Vulcanus we can just slapping a few solar panels and we're good. Pretty much. Another thing produced on Vulcanus are these green belts that I'm using at the moment. They are uniquely produced thanks to Vulcanus research, and they are much faster than the faster belts you guessed on the starting planet. So that helps you improve the efficiency of your builds, and I use them a lot on Gleba. Yep. No, 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 no. That was a bit too far. Here we go. So let's see, how do we route a call here? I guess we could go in here and go up here. Yeah, I think we're going to do that actually. Can I? Yes, something like that. Does this underground belt reach? Yes. Faster underground belts also reach further. So that helps design, have more flexibility in your designs, basically. Have you told me the amounts of steps you did in Lyon? No, you didn't. Did I give you a good workout, Doran? So yeah, Doran came and visited France a few days ago. And so we had a little bit of of a walkabout in the city. Also with Mastani, which is also a great French streamer. Let me give him a shout out. And we walked quite a bit. I was hurting for 2 days after that. 30,000 steps on 25th, 27th of February. Wow, nice. Yeah, good workout, good workout. You did 25,000 in Rome on the way back. Did you walk about the city too? Oh, no, doesn't work. Alright. That's a shame. Ah, this can, however, be improved a little bit. Yeah. Perfect. How do I travel up here? Lots of belt routing to do. Something like that? And probably I actually want to make this underground. It's just gonna be easier for me. And you want power, you can have power another way. Good, good. Lots of roboports needed. Yeah. Vulcanus doesn't have enough roboports. I guess I'm going to need to send you to Vulcanus real quick. So this is my colony building spaceship. It has a lot of storage capacity. I use it to store a lot of building materials. And I just send it around wherever I need building materials the most. forgot to deliver a few more. Ooh, stuff is being damaged on Gleba. No, that's okay. So what happens here is these eggs, if I don't consume them, and I don't have anything consuming them at the moment, eventually they spoil, like most of the stuff on the planet. And when they spoil, they produce little squiddy-like enemies. And so I have these turrets around the bio chamber to just shoot them down. But so yeah, basically stuff being damaged in here is not a big deal. It just happens from time to time that they get to damage one of them a little bit, but I can fix it pretty easily. Are we there yet? Yes, we are. So, roboports. Deliver a bunch of those, please. Thank you. Anything else that's needed on Vulcanus? I don't think so. Good. Then you can make your way to Gleba, I guess. Yeah. I was considering real quick having it load up resources in here, but considering the fact that I'm still not producing um, the stuff I need in here, maybe that's a bit of a waste of time. I'm using a lot of coal. That's not ideal. And this is unpowered. Why is it unpowered? It shouldn't be unpowered. Alright, so bots are moving down there with the stuff. That's good, that's good. We are slowly building rocket fuel. So we should actually be making rocket at the moment. But yeah, we just need more coal. When I did my last trip to Vulcanus, I went and expanded our controlled area over here to actually get this coal, because we were basically out already. So yeah, I think that's probably the resource we're consuming the most. Eventually we're going to need to build trains, I think, to train the coal instead of belting it. Have some kind of coal unloading zone over here and stuff like that. Come on, can we get things built, please? Yes, you have something delivering you. Good, good. We are pretty far away from the base, and robobots don't really like fairly disconnected areas like that where they have to fly over a big, wide open space, because they need to stop and recharge once in a while, and when you have a big flock of robots stopping to charge, they have to backtrack quite a lot to find a roboport that's free to recharge. So that's very non-optimal, but we'll make it. We'll make it. And so this green zone is the building range, so that's the area in which they build. And the orange zone is the area in which they deliver stuff. So they can build a bit further out and they can deliver stuff. And right now that's most of what we use them for. On Vulcanus, to be honest, we could use a complete bot blob. It's less critical than on Gleba. What do I need here? Still some inserters. I should be able to craft some inserters actually. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't notice before. I do have the resources for that. Alright, so we're good on inserters, the rest speed modules and rocket silos are just stuff for the rocket. I'm not too worried about that at the moment. So this is fully built. That's good. So now I think we might be able to fully power that thing, if need be. Because that's another thing to note, Doran, is that when I look at the power production, this value is the maximum the number of placed turbines can produce. But if I can't feed the turbines with steam, that's useless because I'm never gonna reach this value, right? So that can be deceptive too. If I don't have the fuel production to feed that power, my cap might actually be much lower than that. Lava cake delivery is at Gleba. Good. I do have speed module 3s in here, so that's gonna help. And I have a bunch of concrete, which I need on the planet to produce the rocket silos. Alright, so we are now producing the coal on Vulcanus. How is it going? Oh, derp. Alright, let's remove these belts. We don't need them anymore. We can remove these power poles too. They're just remnants of the past. This might be needed? Yeah, this is needed. I do need long-range power poles though, just to feed those. Alright, so we're back in business here. All production is good again. That means we should be much more capable of producing rockets. I might actually want to speed up those belts. I'm not sure. This looks pretty low down there. So I might want to upgrade that belt. Let's upgrade that belt. Because we have the production capacity now for that. That means probably upgrading this as well. Upgrading this definitely. Yeah. This one. Any little blue spot? I don't spot anything. Alright, that looks much more solid. Now this belt is full at the end, that means that these machines can run full speed. Petroleum is steadily empty. Oh well. But all these machines are now running, almost all of them. And that's a good sign. All of these machines running is exactly what we want right now. Because that's the thing we're short on. And we're starting to have a buffer of rocket fuel. Good. Oh, we're waiting on blue circuits now. Interesting. Why are we waiting on blue circuits? What's the hold up for blue circuits? Red circuits, plastic. Oh, plastic is short. Where is my plastic production? What's the problem? Wait, where is my plastic production? I think that's the one. Ah, here we go. It's a problem of petroleum. Basically, I think it's a case of not enough petroleum production. I have a bunch of heavy oil. So in theory, all three of those should have the same quantity inside of them. Is the amount of heavy oil increasing? I don't know actually. My overall oil production might be too low. So what's happening here is these builds are producing heavy oil from coal, right? Coal liquefaction. So they use coal and calcite and sulfuric acid, which I produce using geysers. There are sulfuric acid geysers on this planet. It's a nasty planet. And so I liquefy the coal into heavy oil. So I have a big production of heavy oil. That's what consumes most of my coal. And then I crack down this heavy oil into light oil, which is used a lot for making my rocket fuel. And then I crack down this light oil to make petroleum, and this petroleum is used to make my plastic. And so how this whole base is supposed to work is I have more heavy oil than light oil, I crack down the heavy oil. If I have more light oil than petroleum, I crack down the light oil. And at the moment I have more heavy oil than light oil and more petroleum, light oil than petroleum. But I also seem to be fairly steady. So I think the main issue of the base is my overall production of heavy oil and light oil and petroleum isn't enough to feed the whole base at full speed, basically. And so I'm short on stuff as a result. One or the other, it doesn't really matter. Oh, another possible issue here is that everything is being eaten by these passive provider chests. And so that means that all the plastic production is going towards producing low density structures. And so there's nothing spare for these blue circuits until the low density structures are full. So I can help with that actually. I can do something about that. And there we can have a splitter so that only half of them are going to get eaten by these inserters. And the rest goes towards blue circuit production. So overall I'm not gonna produce more plastic, but at least I'm going to produce some blue circuits instead of just producing low density structures until I'm full of low density structures and then switching to blue circuits. That's not gonna alleviate the fundamental problem of the factory, which is not enough oil, but well, I'm not sure there's much I can do about that right now. Well, yeah, I think it's fine. It just means that this part of the factory is a bit slow. We can fix that later. Alright, what about Gleba? What are we doing on Gleba? Oh hey, so this factory have started? Because I've delivered stuff it wanted. How is the power doing? Yeah, see, I've like easily doubled the power consumption when the factory actually started. So that's what starting the factory does to Gleba. It's not going full speed either. So for example, here we are producing spoilage. I'd like to have like a spoilage return line, something like that. I'd like to be able to return the materials that I don't use over there. And I think having this be in line feels suboptimal. So I might want to move this. So let's see here, I have my nutrients that are delivered all the way through the factory and come in here. So they're put into chests. If bots want them, they can take them from there. Otherwise, they're gonna spoil eventually and go into these spoilage chests. And the spoilage chests are just going to evacuate the spoilage towards the rest of the factory. That's all well and good. But I might not want it right here, I might prefer to have it right here, right? And so these chests are filtered for nutrients, so that's my nutrient storage. Alright. Yeah, so maybe here we put this over here. And so maybe I want a spoilage storage over there. Because I'm storing over here jelly and Yumako, which are the products of the fruits. Right now I have these two factories that use any fruit that I'm not using in the rest of the factory and just turn them into jelly and Yumako that is just gonna spoil. But I have more stuff spoiling that way and that's better for power. Also I extract the seeds here. Although I'm getting way too many seeds, I might need at some point to evacuate the surplus of seeds I have. But yeah. And so all of these builds might produce Yumako, might produce jelly. That's evacuated, where is it? Yumako and jelly surplus is evacuated over here. From this build, where is it for this one? I don't see it. I think it might be... No, that's... spoilage, I think. Let's see, so the Yumako goes on this belt, goes here, goes under, travels here, travels on the inside. So I guess it's evacuated over here, probably. And what about the jelly? The jelly surplus... so jelly goes in here, on the red line here. And if I have too much, it's sent over here. Yep. And then it gets evacuated right here. I think. Yeah. I guess it just waits until it spoils, unless I am emptying the builds and it gets evacuated. So there might be jelly going on this in this chest too. But we can deal with the other chests first. So I do have Yumako and jelly being put on lines up there. I guess we can deal with that part first. We do not want stuff to be put down here. No. Ah. Undo. Well. Guess I just have to redo it. Let's try that again, shall we? There we go. Oh, I see. I might have a small issue here when I want to merge stuff. Because I need to do the exact same thing with this one. Alright. That's good. That is great. Next. So I have Jelly and Yumako return lines right here. Probably want this underground to be as long as possible just to optimize resources and space. Less stuff placed on the ground is just easier to deal with generally. Alright, so this is gonna be Yumako. Come on. I don't like that the game sometimes gets confused and places underground when it serves no purpose. And this is gonna be a Jelly return line. Are we good? Yes. Alright, Jelly is the bottom one. Basically, I just need to have something like that placed. Perfect, perfect. Same, we want undergrounds when we can. Just so things look less messy. And we know we have space to build stuff, if we need to. So, same deal over here, obviously. You'll notice all these builds look pretty similar to each other. The reason for that is basically they do very similar things. So they end up looking basically the same. Hope it too short. I guess I can include the underground belt here. One of the particularities of this planet is that it's a big marsh. So you have to place a lot of artificial ground to be able to place stuff. So you can see this artificial ground here. But contrary to the first game, you can remove it. Well, to the non-expanded version of the game, I should say. You can remove it easily, deconstruct it, so that's not a problem. Next, where is my jelly and mash output over here? Do I have one? I don't see one. I might not have one. It might just be a case of jelly and mash and spoilage all go on the same belt here. What about this one? Ooh, this doesn't run too often, does it? Let's see. So I have Yumako and mash on this line, it goes here, and here I do have a Yumako and mash return line, right here. Yumako and jelly, I mean. Obviously. This is a bit of a mess, isn't it? Do I want to go to the left instead? Maybe. Also has the advantage that It means it's basically the same dynamic as before. Stuff are placed in the same order, etc. So that helps. Yeah. Let's see about this right here. Is it? Yeah, basically. Oh. So, Yumako mash and jelly. That means I should be able to remove these active provider chests. And say, hey, if you need to evacuate stuff, no, you do it on belt. Progress is being made. Live on stream. What a rare sight. Next, spoilage. If it's not Yumako, if it's not jelly, then it's spoilage. I might want to keep a line open here for the other type of fruit that I think is going to eventually run parallel to this instead of running down here. I might even want to do it right now. The only thing is this needs to be rejiggled around and it's annoying. Do I want to do it right now? Is basically the question here. I could start preparing for it. Because we're coming all the way from here, yeah. I could start preparing for it. Let's prepare. So this is ready, I just have to turn that line to have the main input turned. Then where does it go? It goes right here. Yeah, fine. That's okay, then I just have to turn that belt to feed back there. And so now I can deal with this part. So this is enabled only if I have this check mark on, which means that basically any of these builds want fruits. And the same happens here, right? Yeah. Actually, it just means that this build is turned on, but this build is always turned on. So, yeah. So here we need to do the same thing pretty much on that front. I probably want some space. So I'm going to give myself some space. That's why I place underground belts whenever I can, right? So I know I have some margin to play with. Oops. Stay here. Okay, so same as the other one here. Can you reach? No, you can't. Annoying. That's fine. No, that's not fine. That's in the way. That should be better. Actually, can I... Hey, Zeta! How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the trade. What were you playing? Deep Rock Galactic. How did it go? How was your stream? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, everybody. Happy Friday! Welcome in. We are currently working on logistics on Gleba. We are playing Factorio below zero. Yes, absolutely. I can brain today. We are playing Factorio Space Age. And so we are working on the Gleba factory. My goal for today is to start making science on Gleba. And to do that, one of the requirements is to deal better with the logistics. Up until recently, I was using bots for everything, move things around. And that was using like 3/4 of the power on Gleba, and eventually my whole power infrastructure came crashing down. Right now I don't use that much power because most of the stuff isn't really running. So I have like 80 megawatts consumed out of my 340 capacity. I upgraded the power production capacity quite significantly. But we're still using like 20 megawatts on bots, like 45 megawatts even at the moment, in average on bots. And that's a lot. And so I want to reduce that dependency on bots and use belts instead. So that's what I'm currently doing. A lot of the feeding on Gleba of the belt is controlled by logic. The reason for that is that stuff spoils. So I don't want stuff to be sitting on a belt on the build that's not running. For example, these builds are not running at the moment. I don't want stuff to be sitting on the belt. You can see that all the belts are empty. And so the builds are not being fed at the moment. Like I have stuff passing by, but I'm not sending it to the build. Otherwise it would just spoil on the belt and like block stuff. So currently we are moving the input for these fruits. So that means moving a lot of this logic. Not a lot, thankfully, because I have stuff mostly centralized. It's mostly like this input part that needs to be shuffled. And then I am taking the outputs that were just sent to bots to deal with it. You got sent to the wrong stream. Oh no! You found your way back here. Well, I'm glad you found your way back here. What is Twitch doing? I've heard of streamers being left behind for their raids, but never of someone being sent to the wrong stream. That's Twitch, get your stuff together. How are you doing, Zeta? Thank you again for the raid then. I'm... Oh, we have ads starting in 20 seconds. Hang on, I can snooze it. Yes! And managed to spot it in time. Yeah. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How are you doing? How did your stream go? How did Deep from Galactic go? Happy Friday. Well, hopefully other people didn't get sent to the wrong stream along with you. If you came in with Zeta, welcome in. If everybody got sent to the wrong stream, oh well, that happens, I guess. I didn't know that happened, but that happens, I guess. Did you have fun? That's the most important, isn't it? Alright, so we have this belt controlled. That's good. So this belt controls if fruits are getting sent towards this. I need to move this power pole that's in the way, which is going to break stuff for a moment. That's fine. And then I need, obviously... Oh, is this gonna work if I shift this? Am I gonna break this? Let's see, I guess. You had fun. Nice. Good. Very good. And so then I need to feed stuff on this belt. Hang on, what am I doing here? Yeah, I guess if the common input of fruits is on. So it's basically the same logic condition as this. Yeah. So I'm going to have one output this way and one output down here. Might want to have an underground belt here, just so I can see what the hell I'm doing. No, you don't go all the way down here, you are going to go over here. That's good. And also I might want to count what's on this belt. With this. This is just reading the belt contents, isn't it? Yes. So let's read the belt contents of this belt along with it. Alright. So this is my new fruit input, and so this output right here needs to be controlled pretty much the exact same way as this one, because it's a fruit requester. So if any of the builds down there want to turn on, they're going to send the F signal on this red wire, and that's gonna order fruit to be delivered to these builds. And I guess that's it. I'm noticing here I'm just putting it on the inside belt, so let's do that as well here. And I guess we are ready to divert the fruit input from here to here. And that means that at the output here, well, I guess we need this belt to empty first. Alright, so stuff is getting diverted here. gets put on this belt. I need to wait for this to empty to finish diverting this belt. One day you learn this game. Until then, you're just amazed by all the stuff zooming everywhere. It's a lot to take in, but I think the most important with this game is to take it step by step, basically. I think a lot. One of the reasons people are struggling a lot with it is because they try to get everything all at once. And that's something that can only come with experience in the game. To be able to anticipate what you're going to need and all of that. Where the game is really guiding you a lot by unlocking technologies one by one and all of that. And so you just need to take it slow and follow this guidance of being like, okay, no, the game wants me to build this new technology that I just unlocked, let's build it, and then I move on to unlock it, the next stuff. Not trying to unlock everything years in advance, you know, because otherwise you just get lost and you're like, I don't remember what the game wants me to do anymore. And that's basically what I'm doing with Space Age stuff, because I'm new to Space Age. This is my first run of Space Age. And so when I see new technologies, I kind of wait a little bit before unlocking them. I guess at the moment I don't have stuff to unlock because I'm basically ready for Gleba stuff. But yeah, you can see that, for example, um, is there any example here? Maybe not. Maybe not. But yeah, right now I need to do Gleba science. I know where I'm going. I know what's the next step for me. And that's something you need to be careful not to lose sight of when playing this game, because it's very easy to be overwhelmed by all the tech tree, you know. Oh, ads are going down. You might not have heard me. Oops. Alastor getting into a big speech when actually ads are running, so it's useless. Okay, how are we doing here? We need to prioritize the output going there. I don't want stuff to go up. Like, this is the whatever's remaining line. So if I need the fruits elsewhere, I definitely don't want it to go up there. And then this is going to fill up, and then I can start sending it there. That's good. And so now, hopefully, if any of these factories turn on, we should have fruits going down. Then all the jelly and Yumako gets recycled. Yes, yes. So I guess it's spoilage time. Yay! Time to get spoiled. No spoilers, I swear. Spoilage. How do we deal with spoilage here? Hey, ads are finished. Yeah, I don't know. I think you might have been in ads when I say this. I think the most important thing when you learn Factorio is to not advance in the tech tree too fast. And to only unlock stuff as you advance, because the tech tree is actually guiding you through what you need to build next or what you can build next, right? And so that's an easy mistake to make, to unlock everything and then be like, well, I don't know where I'm going anymore. Um, so you see all this stuff zooming everywhere. But what I did at the start was basically just follow the tech tree. This is my first run of Space Edge, right? So right now I'm at the end of this planet. So I know that the last thing I have to do, know that I'm building rockets and everything, the last thing I have to do in here is make the science on this planet. But whenever I go to the next planet, I have no idea where I'm going. Right? I know very basic stuff about the next planet. Um, and the approach I'm going to take there is just gonna be, okay, what's the first thing I unlock when I get to this planet? Oh, okay, I can build this. Right, let's build it. Let's do a small build of it. I don't know what I'm going to use it for yet, but I'm going to see that in the next step when I unlock whatever I unlock by producing this. And then I can advance thanks to that. It's the same, like for example, so you see these space platforms, these spaceships, they seem very complicated, right? But they're basically driven by very, very few requirements. I have engines, right? I have thrusters. Okay, what does this thruster need? This thruster needs rocket fuel, or like thruster fuel, and oxidizer. So I need to make the thruster fuel and I need to make the thruster oxidizer. What do I need to make thruster fuel? I need water and I need carbon. Okay, how do I get water? Oh, I need ice. Okay, how do I make ice? Oh, I take oxide asteroid crushing. So I need oxide asteroid chunks. How do I get oxide asteroid chunks? Well, I need to shoot asteroids and to use these asteroid collectors to get chunks, right? And then I get it to there. Alright. How do I get carbon? How do I get carbon? I crush carbonic asteroids. Alright, and how about the thruster oxidizer? I need water as well. Okay, I've dealt with that already. I just need to make enough. And I need iron ore. How do I get iron ore? I crush metallic asteroids. So I shoot asteroids, I collect stuff, and I produce all of that. And to feed all of that, I need power. So you see that I have three things on this space platform. I have fuel production, I have turrets, I have guns. So for these turrets, I need ammo production. What do I need for ammo production? Oh, I need iron again, right? So I have the iron production, and I have power production. And that's it, right? It's just taking it step by step. Okay, what do I need for that? What do I need for that? What do I need for that? And then you debug, because it's like a program. I don't know if you do any programming. If you do any programming, you make your stuff, you're like, okay, this goes like this goes like that. This should do this. And then you start it, and you see that it doesn't. And you try to solve it. So earlier, for example, we almost lost a space platform, this very ship, I believe. It got crushed by asteroids when running around. We lost the whole front of the ship. You do make your spaghetti. Yeah, that's spaghetti. Exactly. And yeah, we lost the whole front of the ship, and the reason for that... I don't quite remember why it was, but it was something with the ammo production not going for one reason or another. And so we fixed it, and we made the ship better, and now it runs pretty smoothly. But there are a few stuff we unlocked for this. For example, you see that here I'm throwing a few chunks overboard. I'm trying not to, so I'm trying to put them back on the belt unless I have more than a certain amount. But when you go to different planets, you have different kinds of asteroids. So typically I'm missing ice asteroids on this planet. You see that I'm not throwing any ice overboard. And one thing I could do would be to convert some of these asteroids into ice, but I need more machines, I need more space, and I don't have the space on this ship right now. I would need to make it bigger to redesign it, basically. So next next spaceship redesign, we're going to work on that, definitely. We might also work on power, because I have issues with power on these ships. But yeah, that's stuff we just take one by one as they come in, and we work on them. And so yeah, I have this small shuttle that's going from planet to planet. Right now it's in Vulcanus orbit, it's waiting for stuff to be provided to it by the planet. I have this ship that goes manually from planet to planet. It's currently around Gleba. And it has a lot of storage and it can provide a lot of building materials. And I have a small space platform that just does science in this orbit. So talking about spaghetti, we need to place more belts. So here all these builds I am now belting back, well, most of these builds I'm belting back the crushed fruits if I'm overproducing them. But I'm still sending towards the spoilage. So I need to belt back the spoilage. So that I don't send it to bots and I don't needlessly use bots. Maybe I do pop the fruits under here. Oh. Yeah. And so that is gonna be a spoilage belt. Oh my god. Well, that's awkward. It's running right into the middle of everything. For now, we can have it. Yeah, right. We are running into this mess. What do I do with that? I think we're just gonna remove solar panels. They're pretty useless anyway. So we're going to remove a lot of those. And that's gonna clear a lot of space. I guess you can have your power pole just for the sake of having the robot network over there. And then okay, so that's spoilage. The thing is, these storages here are going to produce a lot of spoilage themselves. So maybe I want a special storage for spoilage, don't I? Yeah, I think I do. Okay, so I think I'm going to need to move this storage here up there, probably. So let's just start with that first. Oh. We are going to need to remove more solar panels than that. Music in Factorio is also so good. Really, really great music. Love it. Right. I think then we remove this thing. Yeah. We're just going to remove this entire thing. We're making a big mess at the moment. That's okay. We're just reshuffling stuff around. Oh my god. Bots are angry about it, though. Very angry bots. Science! Hey, Guppy! Thank you for the bits! Yeah, we're making science today! Hopefully. I really hope we can reach the Gleba science today. It's been a long time coming. I think we deserve it. We did a lot of infrastructure work to make Gleba science happen. And we're still doing a lot of infrastructure work, to be fair. But I think we can finish this infrastructure work today and hopefully actually make it happen. The swarm, yeah. The swarm. Very angry swarm. Like, look at our power when the swarm gets angry. We went from using like a quarter of our power to using 2/3 of our power. Uh-oh. Though we are keeping up, that's the good news there. We are keeping up on power. Now, that wasn't the case before. Let's say, why aren't these running? They should be running, aren't they? Why are you not happy? No spoilage, right? Why? Why no spoilage? It might just be because it's starting up. It might just be starting up. Oh, and also this thing is not feeling it yet. Yeah. Also, it has no power, that doesn't help. Alright, that should help. This is a big mess. That's really not necessary. I'm not sure how to deal with it yet, but as I was saying, like, we have these storages. Wait a minute, why is it so shifted compared to the other? I don't like that. I'm going to make the swarm even more angry. I apologize, swarm. If you're a member of the swarm, I apologize. Let's go. Okay, that's better. Yeah, so I think we're going to design a specific storage for spoilage, because what's happening here is that we have perishable products being stored because they're in excess, right? And we're waiting for them to spoil, and then we put the spoilage back on belts. But we're going to also have some spoilage, raw spoilage, coming in from the different builds, if that makes sense. And so now we need to merge all of that and send it in a sensible way to the different builds, because spoilage is not just waste material, it's also stuff that we occasionally need. So for example, these builds run on spoilage. Well, that's it really, but these builds need spoilage, right? Actually, yeah, this build needs spoilage when it starts up as well. Or if it runs low on something, it needs spoilage. So I think we need a build here that's going to take in spoilage, store it, and respread it around the different builds that might need it. Because we have spoilage coming in from here, which, well, in this instance, yeah, some of these builds are not running because I'm not dealing with the spoilage, right? I'm not... Actually, why are you not taking it? Oh, that's a belt issue. Right. So I need to be consuming this belt at all times if it has anything on it for these builds to not lock up. That's a big issue with what I had right here. Because here I have stuff that has spoiled on the belt and that wasn't being evacuated. So now we evacuate this. How is it going? I think we are almost good. Yep. Yeah, here we go. So now we are good on that one. This one is still not producing because it's completely backlogged by spoilage. It's slowly filling up properly once again. Where are we here? Yeah, so this is now being emptied. Now we are starting to produce once again. Alright. Yeah, so this belt needs to be kept empty. So I think we need to design a spoilage storage that takes in the belts that need to be emptied. Prioritize them. And then complement them with these belts, and if I have too much stuff, then I send it towards the furnaces that deals with the excess of the base. Alright. I can do that, I think. So I'm going to have 2 belts, I guess, of spoilage. This could be the belt for the whole base, actually. I could have it come down here instead of go up there. That wouldn't be such a bad idea. Then this might be enough, right? To prioritize stuff properly and send it the right way. Yeah, this might be enough. If I say, yeah, this is actually my spoilage belt. I like this idea. So we need to get that up to code. And this is the spoilers belt for the whole base. So this is actually going to get removed. Here we go. Well, I guess I placed a whole bunch of stuff for nothing. That's okay. We can change our minds. That's allowed. So fresh products on top, spoilage on the bottom. Regular biology, really. Alright, so these active providers get tracked. We don't need you anymore. If you're wondering what this red square is just to tell it, yeah, I don't want you to output anything on this side. Because it's just gonna spoil here. I guess if it's a spoilage splitter, that's fine, but it's just gonna be left there unused. Just to keep things clean, I put this red square. It also helps me. That's also why I filter all the inserters on this planet as much as I can. Because at least visually I know what it's used for. Right, so here I know that it's just merging stuff. These splitters. Let's see, what do we have on this belt? Just spoilage, I guess, right? Yeah, because I just allow spoilage here. And so if I have any excess bioflux, you can see one poking out of the splitter right here. Until it gets spoiled, it gets the opportunity to be used by the build, and so it stays on the belt. That's what this does. This is my spoilage output from the machine in case stuff spoils in the machine, typically nutrients. Right, so that's only spoilage in here. This is pretty much the same exact build. So no need to think further for that one. The only difference is that it's copper instead of iron. What about this? What's my spoilage input for this build? Oh my god. This looks like a mess. No, I do have a spoilage input over here. Yeah. Although Slight problem with the merging here. I guess I could do something like that. And have a merger right here. I obviously need to forbid the other one. Come on. I should put these on my hotbar, really. Yeah, let's... how do I do that? I don't know. It's okay. I can do with copy-pasting stuff as I need to. Oh. Can I do that? Yeah, I can. So that's good. Question is it only spoilage on this belt? Or is it also other things? I think it's also other things, isn't it? Yeah, there's not just spoilage here. There might be Yumako and Jelly, I think. Maybe not Yumako Mash? Let's see, so Yumako Mash goes out here, gets on this blue belt. It stays on this blue belt. Unless it spoils, or I need to evacuate stuff, in which case this is allowed and then it gets active provided out. So I think Yumako Mash doesn't make it down there. Right. What about the jelly? I think it's the same for the jelly. Oh, actually, I have jelly here. Where does it come from? Where did the jelly come from? Where did it go? Right, so these machines here produce jelly for the bottom part. And so they go on these these green belts. I can read colors. I can read colors very good. And so here I might have a mix of spoilage and jelly. And here I can have a mix of nutrients. I have nutrients here. Nutrients, bioflux, and spoilage, of course. Right. Thinking about this, what happens when these builds shut down? What about the nutrients? Do I evacuate them? I guess I don't evacuate them from this part. And what about up there? Nutrients are in here, probably on the inside. When I empty, I guess I open this, isn't it? No, that's just reading the content. So I'm just keeping there until they spoil, I guess. That's fine. Because nutrients make their way down here. Yeah, I keep there until they spoil. Okay. So what we did here is good, but here we have a whole mess of things. We can have nutrients, we can have bioflux, and we can have jelly. So what do I do with that? And is there anything other than jelly on this belt? I'm not sure. It would help to see it running, to be honest. Nah, it's just a jelly belt. It's just an entire jelly belt. So this is jelly. I guess we could redirect that to a jelly output and just belt it up. That way I don't have jelly on the output. Yeah, let's modify that. And so this gets removed. So that's a jelly output. Um, I guess, no, let's remove these for a moment and then we can jump above. That's easier, cleaner. So we can evacuate the jelly up, same as the other builds. Yumako. What happens to the Yumako? What happens to the Yumako is this is Yumako and jelly from up there if I'm evacuating stuff. And so I guess I can just evacuate it out of the entire build. And then you can just filter out Yumako and jelly. For example, we can filter Yumako mash. Right here to the right, yes, that would be correct. Oh, maybe we need a merger first. One up. Yep, just like that. And so this is gonna be jelly, this is gonna be Yumako mash. You have jelly coming down here. Actually, no, dang it. Let's refilter the Yumako mash. Right. Okay, and I might have nutrients. So this is spoilage, that's all good. But on this line, I might have nutrients, and if I evacuate stuff, and I might have bioflux too. I don't know what to do with the bioflux at the moment. What I know is that up there, I only want spoilage. Let's say we're going to have nutrient up there and bioflux down there. And what we can do for now is say, yeah, that's a problem for later me. And still use bots for that part. Right? We solve one problem at once. We active provider these, and that's good enough. Okay, so up there, we have these to deal with, and that's fairly easy now, because we know exactly what to do with it. We just need to copy paste that part. Oh. key. There we go. So that part was easy. Well, easy-ish. This needs power. What next? This build. Okay, so this might have nutrients or spoilage, is my understanding. I have to remember a lot of what I did a long time ago, so bear with me if it takes a while for me to be like, wait, what the hell was I doing here? Okay, so here I think what we're going to do is the same. We're going to filter out the nutrients, or I guess filter the spoilage this way. This is a pure spoilage belt. Everything on here must be spoiled. And so we just keep it pure. We just keep it pure, and so this can just shift to the right. We don't need 3 of them, we just need 2 of them because it's a simple belt. And that should be enough. To deal with both the spoilage and the nutrients. So here, the reason I might have nutrients is that I need nutrient to feed these machines, right? So whenever I start the build, I'm filling it up with nutrients. At least the nutrient belts I'm filling up with nutrients. And it gets consumed little by little. But when I stop the build, I don't want this nutrient to spoil on the belts and block the belts. So I need to empty the belts, especially for nutrient, because nutrients spoils pretty fast. And so I just empty everything, and so that means that I'm sending all sorts of stuff down there, right? And other stuff I let just spoil in there and I evacuate it as it spoils, but the nutrient here I'm evacuating what's on the belt. Alright, so that's the only one we haven't dealt with yet. And I think it might be similar to the rocket fuel one, but inverted, in that I have Yumako Mash here. That only makes it down there if I'm stopping the build. And that's gonna be the beauty of this. I think we can just merge them. Like that. And put it on the Yumako belt right here. Right? And here I have the same issue as I had up there, where I have Jelly and Yumako. So you'll notice that the top part here is pretty much the exact same between these builds. Well, almost the exact same. It's just Jelly and Yumako having reversed roles in this case. So that's why it's fairly similar in the way it processes. I do notice, however, that I still have some jelly stuff up there. Why is that? And where does it go? Hello? I think I have a Twitch tab that suddenly decided to raid into somebody's. Kinda jump scared me. What was I doing? It was muted. Yeah, you know, like when you have a muted time in the background, and suddenly somebody raids and it unmutes for some reason. And you're like, what's this noise all of a sudden? Twitch is doing Twitchy stuff at the moment. You're not the only one who's had like weird glitches happening with Twitch. I think they're doing infrastructure work and they're breaking stuff. Oh, what's this emote? Exclamation. The little Clippy. Oh, so cute. Alright, what's on this belt? We are putting spoilage on there. And wait, why did we put jelly nut? Oh no, it's not jelly nut. Okay. It's just a spoilage of the jelly nut. Okay, so it's just a spoilage belt. I see. The jelly here goes there. Okay, and it fits. Ah, okay, that's my only jelly production in this build actually. I see, I just need less stuff overall. I see. You got a Clippy stream pet now, and I did some emotes too. Oh, that's a very cute idea, Zeta. The Clippy pet. I like that. So I guess let's just try to evacuate stuff here. Can I reach? No, I can't. Then let's use a green belt, so just so I can reach. Just so I can get the reach here. And so we are going to filter out the jelly this time. Oh, jelly! Yay! One thing... Where are my seeds going? I think we might have the seeds also on this belt. I just realized. Yeah, I have seeds there. They go there, they go there. Oh wait, no. Where do they go? Oh my god. I'm getting lost in this build. It's been so long. Oh wait, it goes there, it goes there. Then goes there. It's going to go down this. Alright. All the seeds doing the same? Yeah, pretty much. And on this side, they're getting there. Seeds go here. They go there. Oh wait, no. No, they do go there. Okay, so I have seeds on there. Aha! Dang it. It was a while ago that you did web stuff, but it does work. Yeah. Okay, so I might have seeds on there on this. I think that's actually fine. What did I do with the seeds on this build? Because I'm producing seeds here too, right? Oh, I evacuate them here. I still actively evacuate them. Okay, so I can just have seeds be evacuated um, somewhere up here. It's not a huge volume anyway. So we're just gonna filter out anything that's not supposed to be on this belt and anything that's not supposed to be on this belt, just so we pick up the seeds. Right. It's a mess, but it's my mess. Okay, so down there, what do we have down there? I believe we have, yeah, nutrients, and basically we have the same thing than this. It's a mess that works. Yeah, hopefully. That's the question, isn't it? I guess we're going to have to see when the base actually starts picking up the pace, if it actually does work. I expect things might break. But if it breaks, we're going to debug it and we're going to come out stronger. That's how it works after all, right? Yeah, because there's nutrient and there's bioflux that's going to come out here. So, something like that. Alright, good. I think we're good. Oh my god, that was an endeavor and a half. I'd like to finish the rocket silos. I was considering making domestic production of concrete. The problem is there's not a lot of stone on this planet. I don't have many ways to produce stone on this planet. Let's look at the wiki here. It appears on Gleba naturally, but not a lot. I can recycle it from scrap. I can make it from lava. But on this planet, I just have to mine it. Do I have a bunch of stone or not in here? Not that much, I believe. Let's just import it. That means you're probably going to have to move back to Navis for a second. No, wrong one. Concrete. I want like 1,000 concrete, please. Oh wait. Do I have several requests? Yeah, I'm requesting 1,000 already. Well, 2,000 really. We barely see that we're moving. When we're looking at the front of this ship, it's like, oh yeah, it's picking stuff up, it's shooting us stuff. Hey, we're moving. I did order it to move, we're already halfway to Navis. Look at the beauty of this stuff. I love seeing the ship being active. And I love the space music too. And the graphics look pretty good too. Like, look at that engine. Oh well, doesn't move anymore. We're here. Only I'm home. So we need to refill on stuff. We're short on concrete. We have 2800 on planet, so it's just a matter of delivering it. Where would concrete be? Where am I making concrete on the planet? I assume around here? Yes, that's it. Let's double the storage of concrete. Here we go. Meanwhile, rockets are sending stuff. That's also pretty fun to see. So the bots are delivering all the stuff that's been requested, filling up the rockets, and I have the capacity to launch 10 rockets at a time if need be. And if I have everything provided, which isn't the case at the moment, visibly. The ship is apparently requesting bots. And look at that, next rocket being produced. We're already 50% to the next one on the rocket that's not even loaded yet. Here we go, we're starting to send concrete. Next batch, please. Oh no, roboports. This one is getting concrete. And so that's why I placed the rockets right here, right next to the mall. Because that's where I'm producing most of that stuff. So it shortens the boat traveling a lot. And that allows me to fill up the ship faster. What are we doing here? We are requesting 2200. We have 700 on the way, 500 on ship. Nice. We're going to be filled up in no time. So many rockets. I have to point out here, if you've not played the expansion, the rockets are much cheaper in the expansion than in the base game. So in the base game, that many rockets launching at this rate is just crazy size of mega base. This is a fairly normal base. With this kind of size of base, without the expansion, I have maybe 1 or 2 rocket silos, not 10 of them. Because that's a lot. Oh, and speed module 3s. Nice. That's great. That's also something I need on Gleba. Yep, so we are full up on concrete. I might even request more. I kinda want to request more. What are we doing on the resource storage? Yeah, let's request like 1,000 more. Or 2,000 more? 2,000 more? Maybe 2,000. Let's go. Let's request all the concrete, right? And how are we doing on speed modules? We have 100 of speed module 3. We have only 8 left on the planet. Like, look at this. Each of these rockets is 100 concrete. So that's 800 concrete taking off right here. That's like a third of my big request. Pretty big request, to be honest. I'm pretty proud of this base. It's doing good. We're keeping up pretty much. We're not fully keeping up. We are depleting those buffers, but like we've launched a very large amount of stuff. It's not fully depleted yet. And that's when the whole base becomes active and we start killing supplies. I kinda want to see... Yeah, look at the production like taking off suddenly on the planet. That's the power consumption we're looking at. We basically doubled the power consumption on the planet all of a sudden. The auxiliary steam engine production started running even during the day. And here we go. We're stopped. That must mean that the ship is happy. Yep, ship is happy. All requests satisfied. Let's go back to Gleba. Gleba's gonna be very happy about that. Talking about Gleba, how are we doing? I think we're doing pretty good right now. I have a question about spoilage. So that's seeds here. That's getting taken off. What do I do with spoilage when stuff spoils? It's getting sent there. Right. I'd probably want to send it to the spoilage belt. Oh, dang it. Wrong base. Alright, so we want this spoilage line. How am I going to do that? Like this? Yeah, like this. This is completely not necessary. To go there. Yes. So now when stuff spoils and needs to be evacuated out of the build, it's making its way to the spoilage output. Nice. Hey, hardly any bots up in the air. What are you up in the air for? Oh, because you're building stuff. That's a concrete. That's my machine making the rocket silos. We are missing no speed modules anymore. Hey, Lennox! How are you doing? How is Factorio going? I'm pretty good. I think we are almost ready to start making science on Gleba. I'm excited about this. I'm very excited about this. Also, you know what? We could build stuff in and out of here too for the eggs. How are you doing? How is your Friday? Let's see. Yeah, so we have been doing a lot of logistics work on Gleba to try to reduce as much as possible the usage of bots. Right now, the only thing I think we rely on bots for is providing seeds to the harvesters and evacuating seeds out of some of these builds. And I think that's it. I guess no, because these are passive providers and I don't think we are actively using them for production. And I guess for... What is that? Oh, that's just a design element. Right. I can remove that. And I guess to make the rockets we use actively belts. But that's it really. And we could even probably make that easier on us. Do green belts reach over? Yes, they do. Hmm. That's tempting, isn't it? To belt this stuff. Just to say, hey, we pretty much don't have anything relying on bots at the moment. Except seeds, which, to be fair, seeds is an important component. It's not exactly unimportant. Storage is doing pretty good. We might need to burn more stuff here. One thing we are going to burn at some point is the seeds. We are accumulating seeds more and more, and our storage is slowly becoming full of seeds. That's a problem. But yeah. Okay, so you are making the rocket silos. That's absolutely great. Amazing. So we are finalizing the rocket build here. So what we have implemented today so far, we have moved power production, which was in the middle of these builds, over here, so we could extend these 3 builds to have full production for the carbon. So we currently have the capacity to consume 2 green belts of spoilage for carbon production, if need be. We have put on belts most of these are the outputs of these builds. I think the only outputs of these builds that are not on belt at the moment are seeds. Oh hey, we have spoilage here? Ah, we have a spoilage request still. I hadn't noticed that. Okay, we might need to bring spoilage here. Exciting. Oh hey, we have a build starting. Look at that. This is starting. This is starting. Yeah, because I must have put in a silo, and so now I'm requesting more plastic, more rocket fuel, more everything. So we can watch these builds a little bit. I think everything is gonna start for a moment. So the base is becoming active at the moment. And that's gonna allow us to test and see what happens when the base shuts down afterwards. Because we have changed a lot the evacuation. So here you can see the Yumako and jelly that's being overproduced, that's being evacuated, as expected. So the top is jelly. Oh, wait. First bug found. So wait, which is jelly, which is Yumako? Right, so the bottom is supposed to be jelly. Right. Okay, so this one's confused. I need to switch the jelly sides. Right. So bottom is supposed to be jelly, and top is supposed to be Yumako. That might be a problem. Hopefully it sorts itself out. I guess we're just gonna wait for them to spoil, so it's not that big of a deal right now. But yeah, I'd like ideally for them to be sorted properly. Jelly is going here, that's okay. And so Yomako would go there, that's good. I haven't seen for this one, but I think it did okay. And has this one been running? Yes, it has. Why is it stopped? That's spoiled, that's spoiled. Spoilage output is blocked. Eh? Oh, yes. I blocked the spoilage output, alright. Dang it. Okay, I know what I can do. I kinda blocked the rocket fuel as well. Told you there was gonna be debug. Debugging required. Okay, so these go back in. Stuff has probably spoiled on belt quite a bit. That's okay. At least we evacuate the spoilage right here. The build is gonna restart and we want to look at it when it's shutting down. Oh hey, this build is shutting down and you can see that this is getting evacuated properly. That's good. So that's what we expected, right? We expected there to be nutrients being evacuated when the build shuts down. That's one thing that we send back to bots, is these shutdown return lines. We could send them back to the proper circuit, but we didn't want to deal with that yet. Well, I didn't want to deal with that yet. Alright, let's observe this one. So this is starting up. Jelly is making its way. We are starting to produce rocket fuel, that's good. Are we overproducing the jelly or not? Yes, we are overproducing the jelly, and that's going here, and that's going to the jelly line. Good. And we are also overproducing Yumako, and that's going properly to the Yumako line. Nice. I would like to forbid the left side here, and probably forbid the right side here. And so now the question is going to be, what happens when the rocket fuel is full and we shut down? Is everything being evacuated to the proper lines? Has this been sorted out? Not really yet. That's going to sort itself out little by little. This is starting once again. This time this is going to the right lines. We can also look... Okay, so the seeds here are being filtered out. We can see that they are indeed on these lines as we expected them to be. We are shutting down this build, so this is currently full of jelly. We are sending the nutrients here. I don't see any bioflux being sent here. So maybe we wouldn't actually output bioflux. No, we do output bioflux here. Okay, so we do need both of them. We were correct. So we have nutrient and bioflux being output here by these two builds when they are shutting down. That's for seeds. Yeah, that's pretty much it, isn't it? What is this for again? I don't remember. That might be nutrients? I think that's nutrients. Yeah, I think that's the nutrient overflow. Well, overflow, shutdown line, really. Yep, that's it. And so here you see copper running and iron running. And so the good thing here is that we don't seem to have sent anything non-spoiled to the spoilage lines. Pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. I guess this is a spoilage line. We could really just take it out and send this to the spoilage output. Or well, I guess, you know what? This is the spoilage output. Why are they trying to give me stuff? And what do I have too much of? This maybe? I guess I don't really want prod 1 modules. Bit of inventory management needed, I guess. Oh, I'm requesting 800 of those. That's maybe a bit overkill. Are we good? Yes. Yes, it seems so. Alright, so yeah. Turns out I have a spoilage line running right here, so might as well. And for the loop production, I'm bot delivering the jelly. That's fine, I guess. Not sure I want to have to implement a jelly line just for that. Should I go merge the nutrients at least with that? Maybe. Do I want to? I probably should do it. I'm gonna have a bit of a space problem though, because I have all these pipes in the middle here. Let's see. What if I run a line parallel to this? My god, why are you doing that? Game, please. Please, 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 pretty please. Then I could merge the nutrients in here. Would pretty much be just this kind of deal. And then maybe I go up there. I think this can or should be undergrounded even. Right. You jump under. And then I should have something like this that forbids this side, so I just merge it. Priority input from here, however, because I do want to evacuate this as soon as possible. This line shouldn't get stuff, really. Well, shouldn't be left full, anyway. And so then that means... Hey, sure, why not? Filter that way. And so these nutrient chests go away. Oh wait, no, even better. Like this. I can go straight down. These active providers go away. And all that's left is the bioflux when shutting down. Hey, nutrients is being actively sorted here. That's perfect. We are seeing it working already. And being actively evacuated here. It may spoil on the belt just because it spent much more time than the rest on it, but that's how things go. It just traveled more. In theory, the base should be able to deal with it. Let's see, do stuff arrive here spoiled? I don't think so. It doesn't appear so. So it's not working too bad, at the very least. Alright. So we have this semi-active base. We have all the rockets built. All that's left is to go and design the science build. But before that, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I need to take a bathroom break to refill on coffee. I encourage you all to do the same. Oh, it's your Friday. I think it's time to start designing a science build. I'm excited. First time I design a science build for Gleba. You're good. Great. Great, great, great. So let's see. I also very much like watching these builds, like start and stop. Like you can see this is running down, hup, this starts. I love this side of Gleba, things are super dynamic. Because you can't have stuff just staying on belts. for the most part. You have to have your builds controlled in a little bit. You have to have stuff circulating all the time, and generally you don't want stuff in your build if your build is not producing anything. And so you have these builds constantly stopping and starting and stopping. You see that I was just consuming a little bit of plastic, right? So this hasn't even finished starting, that it's already stopping, and you see stuff all of a sudden getting evacuated all the way back. That's fun. That's fun to see working around. And so here we might see like the more depleted nutrients coming back in this. But we don't see any spoilage, which is good. Good. Alright, let's design this science build. So how do we make Gleba science? I assume we make it in a biochamber. So let's place a biochamber and see about producing agricultural science pack. So the agricultural science pack is gonna need bioflux and a pentapod egg. Alright. It's gonna be 4-second crafting time. Let's see, if we are doing 154 science per minute, or 150 science per minute, we're gonna need a calculator. So let me see. So 150 science per minute. Oh, but we have science productivity, don't we? Let me see how many science get consumed per minute, I guess. So if I look at the global production of science, I consume 140 science packs per minute. Right. Very solid, by the way. Very solid consumption rate. I kinda killed it a little bit. I think that's when we were producing all the rockets, because a lot of the resources were diverted to other things. And so it tanked a little bit, but we have reestablished it fairly solidly over the past 10 minutes. Or it could be like a train not making it in time or something like that. But so yes, we are consuming, I guess maybe 150 is more correct. It's annoying that we have this little dip here, because it makes it harder to judge. I guess on the purple science here we can see that the average over 10 minutes is 150 and it's in its solid range. So maybe it is 150. So we are doing 150 per minute of science packs, I think. Yeah, 152, 148. That seems correct. So if I want to do 150 agricultural science packs per minute, let me see. Hello, agricultural science specs. Right. So this is going to produce 0.75 science packs per second, right? So let's see, 150 per minute. That's no, divided by 60. Oof. Come on, I can't type. In 150 divided by 60. That's 2.5 per second. We want 2.5 science per second produced. Divided by 0.75. That's 3 and a third machines. But we want to overproduce a little bit because what's a bit specific with the agricultural science packs is that they spoil as well. And the science you get is proportional to the amount non-spoiled, right? So actually we might want to produce just much more than that. That way we produce in a burst when the ship arrives and asks for the science. We produce a burst of it and then we stop. As soon as the ship leaves, we stop producing science. And that way we don't leave the science to spoil over time. Yeah, I'm convincing myself. So when we're producing, let's say we do like, I don't know, 10 machines, right? So we're going to want 5 bioflux per second. And we are going to want 5 eggs per second. Also, aren't bots reaching here? Oh no, I'm just out of machines, so I should probably produce machines. Because otherwise, well, it's not gonna go over well. What am I doing? I'm fumbling the buttons. I'm messing with the buttons. Stop requesting speed ones. Probably stop requesting speed twos. Actually, maybe. Maybe. But we should stop requesting... Why do I have like 400 of them? No, 200 of them? No, I don't want 200 of these. Like 100 maximum. That's too many. I don't want 150 underground. Alright. That's a bit more space, which I can then use to start producing biochamber. I don't want to be at the opposite end of the base, of course. Yep. Getting stuck everywhere. There. Alright. That way I start producing right away. Yeah, so we have an egg production here. Um, yeah, I guess we don't have a starter production for eggs. It just needs to constantly reproduce eggs. Hmm. Come on, give me a few more eggs, please. Just like that. And then we can do that. Okay. So let's see, this machine. If I want to produce bioflux, you produce 2 bioflux per second. If I have 10 machines, I need 5 bioflux per second. So it would be like 2.5. That would be inconvenient. So probably we want 20 of those machines. That way we want 10 per second. And that way we have 5 of those machines. That's kinda inconvenient also. That's not very symmetrical, isn't it? How about we do in multiples of 4? Because one of these machines feeds 4 of these, right? So basically, like, that's a build. One of these feeding 4 of these. Um, and how about eggs? Come on. Zero point 0.2 per second? Yeah, 0.2 per second per machine. Hmm. So this would need 2.5 machines for eggs. So if I have these 2 builds here, that's 5 egg productions. Right now I'm just placing machines to have an idea of what I need in my build. And then once I have a good idea of what I need in my build, I can start organizing stuff, doing logistics, doing all of that. But first, I want to just be able to say, okay, I want that many machines in this build. I need that much to be fed in here. Um, so I have the proper ratios and everything. That's basically the idea of what I'm doing here. And so this needs nutrients, but that's fine because I have an independent production of nutrients. So if I don't have enough nutrient in the whole base, I just need to increase that other part. But that's independent. However, that's not independent. Yumako and jelly. So right now I want 10 Yumako per second and 8 jelly per second. How much Yumako does a Yumako machine produce? Yumako processing. You're producing 6 per second. And I want 10. So either I play with the speed of this machine, or I try to match the ratios. In other news, I think we're producing enough machines here. We don't need 10,000 eggs. Right. That's gonna be a bit of a problem. Or I just overproduce Yumako a little bit. That's also an option, I guess. 1 per second production, overproduction is still quite a bit. And what about the jelly? Let me go in map mode, that's gonna be easier. So you produce 12 per second. And I need... Dang it. I need 8. What if I do 3 builds of these? Then. Because... 3 builds of these is gonna be 24 jelly. So that's gonna be 2 machines of these and 4 machines of these, if I'm not wrong. So let's see, so 3 times this. So I have 6 machines. So wait, I want 30 Yumako for feeding 6 machines per second. And 30 Yumako per second. Yeah, that's 5 of these machines, right? That would be 5 machines. And then I want 24 jelly per second. And that's just 2 of these machines. So that's my whole build. So that's 24 of these machines. Six of these. And 15 for the eggs. And then 5 and 2 for the Yumako and jelly. That's not bad. It's perfectly ratioed. Which I do like. I don't like to mess too much with speed modules and stuff like that, just because it messes with the ratios a lot. Whereas this is clean. So at the end of the day, I should have no overproduction, no underproduction, just seeds coming out. And of course, like all the stuff when I'm starting up or shutting down. But that's okay. And yeah, these produce 0.2. So 0.2 times 5, right? Oh wait, I need much more than that, don't I? Let's see, this feeds 4 of these. Yes, that's correct. So 8 of these want 4 eggs per second. If one machine produces 0.2 eggs per second, produce 4 eggs per second, I need how many machines? You know what? I have a calculator right here. So 4 divided by 0.2, I need 20 machines. Times 3, I need 60 of those machines. Oh god. That's gonna be a whole egg farm, isn't it? That's not 5 machines. No, 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 no. 5 machines is just to produce 1 per second. Oh, I need 4. Yep. So I guess... Dang it, I'm in the wrong window. Let's see. If I want to paint the full picture, that would be the full picture. That's gonna be a big build. But hey, that's a science, right? It's a science, it makes sense that it's a big build. Will I have enough machines? Yeah, I will. I will. Okay. Then I guess we take this whole thing and we go to the other side of the base where we are going to build the actual build. Because really we would like the build to be as close as possible to the rocket build. And what better place for that than right under it, right? And also that's pretty much in line with the logic of the base so far. Where do I place these templates? Maybe here. Alright, so first, I'm going to want... Oh. That's fine, you know. I can have the roboports over here. That's okay. I can do that. And then we're going to want to spread this one as far as possible. Is this in line? Yeah, pretty much. Come on, bots, deliver those. Just so I can see where I need to place. Yes, thank you. Perfect. Because this being the big build, it's gonna be... I want to do a little bit of terrain prep. I'm not exactly sure how we're going to do it yet. Because you do ideally want the safeties around your egg production. But you want to get it as efficient as you can, if at all possible. Why are you not getting powered? Please get powered. And why are you not getting powered? Thank you. Alright. What should I start with? Do I start with the eggs or no? Maybe I start with the eggs. Maybe I start... I don't know actually. Maybe the eggs can be below. Maybe I can have the regular production like in a shape that's similar-ish to these builds. And then I can have eggs production below that just shoots up. That could make sense. Also, we're going to want terrain to be prepped here, please. What I usually do is that... Actually, no, I usually go up to the construction zone, don't I? Yeah, I go up to the edge of the construction zone. Landfilling everything, removing the trees, stuff like that. There's a bunch of trees on this planet that explode when you pick them up, so you don't really want to do that in the middle of your build, ideally. And of course you have these iron and copper stuff that just kinda cause you trouble. Because they produce so much stuff. Alright, so the bots are going to take care about that. I'll let them deal with that. Oh wait, I forgot a whole region, the most important one perhaps, which is probably a region where a lot of my build is gonna go. I was wondering why the storage was empty. Do I have any landfill available? No. I do not. Really? No landfill in here? I guess that makes sense. Go to Vulcanus. Maybe Vulcanus can give you some. What about the Vulcanus shuttle? How are you doing? Oh, you are at Vulcanus and you're not getting any landfill. So I guess Vulcanus isn't really gonna help with the landfill. Are we not getting landfill in here? All of this is stopped. That doesn't help for sure. Why is everything stopped? Hello? No blue circuits? What's the cause this time? I thought I solved it. No red circuits. No green circuits, huh? No iron. Why no iron? Because no molten iron. Why no molten iron? What's up with the molten iron? Hello? Yeah, that's my molten iron storage. What's going on here? No lava? What do you mean no lava? This whole freaking planet is filled with lava. Oh no, that's the lava. Sorry, sorry, sorry. No, actually, no, no, no. Wait, huh? Oh, wait, no, no, okay, that's molten iron. Okay, so I do have lava. Oh, no calcite. Did my base run out of calcite? What's going on here? Where is the calcite? Why is it not arriving there? Oh. Oh, that's awkward. I messed it up when I upgraded the stuff. So instead of restarting the whole base, I stopped the whole base. Oops. That's gonna help. For sure. Maybe upgrade this then. So that at least we can catch up. Alright. And we upgrade these belts all the way to the mining site. I don't know that I have roboport coverage all the way there though. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. I'm going to need to extend my roboport coverage here. That's okay, I can do that. That should be better, I expect. Yeah. And maybe we want to add big miners. Let's see. A bit of space for power probably is good. And then something like that. These big miners are beasts because they have this. We have resource drain of 50%, so every time a miner, these big miners produce one resource, they actually only take half a resource off the ground. And then on top of that, I have productivity 270% through my research of mining productivity, which means that every time the machine tries to produce one resource, actually it produces 2.7 or 3.7 resources. So for each unit of calcite in the ground, I'm producing 3.7 times 2, that's like 7.4 calcite, which is pretty sweet to alleviate a little bit the burden of the mining. And still, despite that, I'm running these mines dry, but that's just because my whole factory is hungry. Hugely hungry. Alright, so now I should be producing a lot. Yep. I have 1000 in each of these chests. Maybe let's double that. You know what? Why not? Actually, why limit them? Just produce everything. Why not? Yeah, so when I produce iron and copper on this planet using lava, this produces a lot of stone. And so basically all my landfill I'm producing on this planet now. Because that's a frick ton of stone. Just a huge amount of stone I'm producing on the planet. Let's have a look. I'm producing at the moment. I'm producing 3.3 thousand stone per minute. That's a lot. And so now the limitation is once again how fast I can send stuff. That's okay. That's absolutely okay. I'm short on blue circuits. Still. But that's just because I'm producing as fast as I can. And at some point I have some production capacity that's not enough to sustain these rockets full speed. Because I'm usually counting on the fact that, well, I've been producing for a while when the ships are requesting stuff, and so I have a backlog of everything that I can use to produce a lot of rockets for a little short while. Here it's not the case because I was short on everything. Are you getting your stuff now? Not yet, but that's gonna come, I guess. Almost 8,000 available on planet, that's good, and 14,000 calcite available on planet, that's great. I assume this one is getting delivered at the moment. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on here. Maybe you don't for a moment. Don't request, and let the Vulcanus shuttle get delivered. How are we doing? Well, we're waiting. Alright, rocket. What are you gonna get? You're gonna get landfill, that's good. Because that's exactly what my shuttle wants. Yep, so shuttle is getting some landfill, 40 on the way. I think it's 50 per launch. No, maybe it's just 40 per launch. Alright. Well, it's gonna take a little while to fill up. Or maybe it's 20 per launch, actually. Yeah, it should be 20 per launch, I think. Yep. So 40 was just 2 rockets going up. And so I have all the buffers on here going on. Great. One more distraction from the science build. But it was required. It was required. We did need the landfill if we were to be able to actually build the build. $1,400 available. That's like 400 I still need, and then how much do I need of that? 200. So I need like 600 stuff. That's about 30 launch. That's gonna take a little while. That's gonna take a little while. Alright, let's go to Gleba. So, Gleba, how are we going to arrange stuff? I guess we start with the science and then we see. So this we want 24, so that's 12 per side. Maybe 4 spacing, probably. So that would be my biochambers. How do I feed that? So if I say, okay, so I want 3 products in there and 1 output, right? I want to feed in bioflux and eggs and nutrients. And then I want to output the science. And in terms of rates, so 12 machines, that's gonna be like 6 bioflux per second, 6 eggs per second. And per side, of course, 9 science per second. And each of these machines, I believe, consumes half a bioflux per second, if I'm correct. Let me check. Not bioflux, nutrient. Nutrient, yummy value 2 megajoules. And we're consuming it at 500 kilowatts. So we want One every 4 seconds, actually. Yeah, one every 4 seconds. And so 12 want 3 per second. So it's not that bad in terms of rate. It's just a matter of how do we feed stuff, how do we arrange things, right? We probably want. Interesting. Oh, this hum is the beacons. I was wondering what that was. This home, home, home. Anyway, I'm getting distracted once again. Oh no. And we want spoilage output too. I forgot about spoilage. Never forget about spoilage. Spoiler alert. So what we can do, what we've been doing a bunch is belt braiding. So for example, that could be like spoilage output or bioflux input or something like that. I said Control X, didn't I? Apparently I did not. Yeah, I guess typically what we would do would be to have nutrients and what's the name of this again? Bioflux in the middle. And then what we could have. Typically I use red belts. Actually I use red belt usually for which one? For the nutrient and bioflux, don't I? Also, yeah, that's. Let me just copy that really real quick. Because why we even invent the wheel, right? Um, of course, this would be my agricultural science packs output. And then we do something like this. Yeah. And then on the outside, we need to have spoilage and eggs. And so we can have spoilage with like long-handed inserters. And eggs with the bulk inserters. Let's see, filter the eggs. I don't really need the filters right now, but that allows me to have a marker of what the thing is for. And we're going to feed it some power real quick because I don't want to have all this flashing in the middle of my face all the time. That's inconvenient, so we get rid of it. Oh, this music. I love this music. Oh, that's not very convenient either. Can I shift this by one? No, I can't. I guess then... Yeah, that works. Yeah. And so on this side, that's gonna be right here. Love symmetry. What are we doing on Vulcanus? Still sending stuff? We should be at the tail end of it, shouldn't we? Yeah. That's pretty much completed, isn't it? I think as soon as... Yep, that's all provided. This should be on the way. In 1 minute. In the meantime, we can tell this one to start requesting its stuff. Because why not? Let's watch the shuttle depart. The shuttle has more engines even than the other one. It's 424 tons against 614, so it has more propulsion and less weight. It has a third more propulsion and a third less weight. So it's much faster. Hello? Are we going? Yes, we are. Yay! Yeah, look at that speed. We're going new, accelerating pretty fast. I think it has maybe more of an effect on acceleration actually. Because we're pretty up there in terms of speed anyway. But yeah, that's cute to watch it work. And contrary to the colony ship, at least we can watch the whole ship work, right? So that's more fun, I guess. And look at all the resources we're throwing overboard. Just because we're collecting way too much. And here we go, we're pretty much at Gleba already. We haven't even stopped, we are already sending stuff. Like go, 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 go. Gleba is requesting all the things. And Gleba's like, yes please, more. You want more? You get more. No? We don't get more? How much do I have? Oh. Well, I guess we're already empty from all the resources we could provide Gleba. Yeah, that's fine. However, we are out of power. Hmm. Which makes sense, right? Because Gleba, you have fairly little power. Here you have all the things running. So currently we are just killing the power. If you look at the power graph, that's the battery crashing. Crashing hard. So like we're producing 2/3 of what we need, really. But that's okay, because one of the conditions to leave the planet is to have 100% battery. That's what I was looking at here earlier. So I have a bunch of conditions to leave the planet. I need to have enough fuel that I can make it to the next planet all the way without needing to produce any more fuel on the way. That way, I'm sure that even if I'm out of power, like the engines can run and I make it to the other side. I need obviously to have everything I request from the planet, and I need the battery to be full. And under these conditions only, then I make my way to the next planet. So here I'm producing a lot of fuel, I'm producing a lot of oxidizer. I might be producing ammo as well. No, I'm not producing ammo at the moment. I think the reason I'm not producing ammo though is not because I don't need any ammo. It's because I don't have enough power. Because here I'm disabling this. Um, I'm disabling this if I don't have enough power. And I'm not in a critical ammo situation. So if the belt runs too low, I'm telling this, okay, I don't have any more ammunition, so my first priority is defending the ship, so you produce ammunition anyway. Here I have a bunch of ammunition that I put in storage, and if I don't have enough power, if I have less than 50% power, I'm going to prefer depleting this storage rather than producing any more ammunition, because I need the ammo to run the rest of the ship. Like to run, for example, the inserters that are going to feed the turrets, right? If there's no ammo, well, there's no point in feeding the turrets, really. But yeah. So you see that now that I finished producing fuel, fuel is full. I'm starting to charge up. And so you see that this is getting turned on and off at a relatively rapid rate just to start producing ammo and depending on the battery. So you see that this flashes on and off. And so I'm just basically keeping the battery at 50% until I finished producing ammo, basically. And so that means that if I have any emergency need for battery, but that's okay, I'm going to stop this production. And so right now this is reloading the ammo inside the storage until I have, I don't remember, 2000? Yeah, 2000. And I'm ensuring that I have 300 on the belt, basically. And so this belt here goes all the way around the ship, and it collects the chunks of asteroids that I collect using these asteroid collectors, and it delivers ammo to everything. And then the chunks get intercepted here in the middle to get processed and sorted and all that stuff. What are we doing here? That's pretty fun to watch. Flashing on and off, stuttering, doing the robot. Okay, back to Gleba. Here we still are requesting like 3000 landfill, by the way. It's not that we're finished. It's just that, well, we have consumed everything that was on that ship. And how about this? I think it's just a matter of rockets not being ready here. Right. Sorry, I'm getting distracted a little bit. Okay, back to Gleba. For real this time. So, tuck tuck tuck. What are we going to do? I think the eggs are going to come from the bottom here. And then we can have the waste going there. And getting evacuated downstairs. Alright, so we need to feed bioflux and nutrients to the whole build. And eggs. So, bioflux. We need 6 bioflux. We're going to leave a lot of space because from experience we know that we need to do a bunch of shenanigans here in the middle. And then if we can compact afterwards we will. But to begin with, let's not. Let's not. Alright, so we need to feed bioflux and nutrients, so we are going to feed one each side, of course. Laterally load the belts. And so bioflux needs to come down the middle here. Yeah, I guess I can feed these bioflux chambers something similar to this. Which means you are getting this blue, just like that. So that means I'm outputting bioflux Oh, wait, I forgot one inserter. Yep. Yep. Like this. I guess this can come from upstairs wherever I need it to. That's fine. And if we really need to, we can have power in the middle. But we probably don't need it to. We probably can just get away with something like this. But we could put power like right here and power this whole thing. But it would be asymmetrical because of course that's a free space in the middle. So I think I probably prefer it like that. If I want it a bit more compact, I can compact it a little bit, but right now it's not shaping up to be more compact, so I'm not gonna be too worried about this. This is a remnant of the other thing. So let's see here. So if I have any more jelly or Yumako, I evacuate it. That's okay. And then if I have extra trash, I can evacuate it that way and merge it on this. That's okay. Can I flip this horizontally just to make sure that I have the stuff pre-placed? So my trash here is going to be on this belt, so at some point I'm going to need to get here. And this can just be connected like that. So far this is fairly symmetrical, I'm happy with that. Not that it's a hard requirement, but it tickles my brain in the right way, if it does. I guess it what this comes down to. So then, technically, so we have bioflux on the outside. On the outside, yes, we are going to have nutrients on the inside of this belt. Let me get this out. Maybe just to be sure, I want Humako and Jelly. So let's say, how do I sort them usually? No, Yumako is on the left. There we go. So that's gonna be my Yumako jelly line. Say it like this, it sounds Japanese, the Yumako jelly line. It sounds like a Japanese train line or something like that. I could totally see Japanese cities named Yumako and Jelly. I guess Jelly is not really... Does that pronounce in Japanese? I don't know that they have these sounds. It probably would be something like Yueri rather than Jelly. Yueri, Yumako. Yeah. I think that would be probably how they would pronounce jelly. Hey, Amin! Welcome in! Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? What were you doing? Were you... I was about to say stitching. That's not what you do. Were you knitting? Welcome in, everybody. How are you doing? Happy Friday! We are designing... We are playing Factorio today. We are on Gleba. Gleba is a planet where everything spoils. So I call it the cheese planet. Right? The planet of spoilage. And so we have pretty much everything built on this planet except the last step of the production that we want to do on this planet, which is producing science. You are knitting a melon hat. Oh, that's fun. The melon cult strikes again. How am I doing? I'm doing great, thank you. I'm having fun. I'm having fun playing with logistics, designing stuff. I haven't been playing Factorio for a few weeks, so I'm happy to come back to this. Oh, hey, the Vulcanus shuttle is on the way. Look, that's one of my space platforms moving from planet to planet. I just made it to Vulcanus, where it's gonna reload a bunch of stuff, a bunch of supplies, and deliver it to the other planets. Talking about which, so that's my colony ship, which is also a space platform. It was at Vulcanus, waiting for supplies. How is it doing? Well, it's getting stuff delivered, but it has a long way to go. We want 5,000 landfill. We currently have 500. So, yeah. Yeah, so this is Gleba. If you don't know Factorio, um, in Space Age, there are different planets, right? There are Nauvis, which is the planet of the base game. On Nauvis, you go mine stuff from the ground. In my case, I put it on trains, so I have train station to load the trains. Can we find a train that's being loaded? You're going to get loaded. Let's have a look at you. So this train is currently going to get iron ore. So it's going to an iron station that has a bunch of ores available. It gets loaded until its inventory is full. And then it's going to get back to the base, unload it, and all this iron is going to get processed. And is going to get used to make a bunch of different goods and eventually do a bunch of science packs. What's new for trains with the expansion is that you have elevated rails, right? You see bridges here which allow our trains not to have to wait to cross each other or that kind of good stuff. So here my iron gets smelted. Apparently I needed iron for steel, so it gets smelted into steel. And then this stuff gets put onto belts, made into circuits, all that kind of stuff. And then we craft different kinds of science packs. So we have the green ones here, we have the red ones here. And eventually all these science packs make their way back here to these research silos, and that allows us to make research at a certain speed that depends on our production of everything, right? And so we have this fairly large base that basically does that. All this serves to produce these science packs that are going over there, mostly. And then over here we have a bit of production of different goods that are used to build the base and build other bases. Once you build all this stuff, or not all of it, but a part of it, you can start making rockets. Here we have a bunch of rockets in the rocket silo, which allow you to go to orbit and to start making space platforms, spaceships, and that allows you to go to other planets. So this is Vulcanus. Vulcanus is the lava planet. On Vulcanus you have a bunch of worms patrolling around, which are not very nice. But once you clear the way here, um, outside of the red zone, this is my territory, and I can do whatever I want with it. And what I do with it is produce, once again, a bunch of stuff. You see that it looks fairly different because I have new buildings available. In particular, I get lava, and I use the lava to produce iron, to produce copper, and I don't have lava on Nauvis. So I do a lot more fluid processing and a lot of stuff like that. I have new resources, calcite, tungsten, that I do not have on Nauvis. And so I produce a bunch of resources and products here that I can export to other planets. And so that's the role of the shuttle here that we were watching a little bit ago, is to shuttle things around from planet to planet. The third planet I went on is Gleba. On Gleba I'm doing agriculture. I'm growing trees, and when these trees grow, they produce this kind of fruits. Oh, interesting. I'm way overproducing at the moment. Good to know. Anyway, yeah, so I'm producing these things, these fruits. I'm not sure what I'm doing over here, but it doesn't matter. We'll see later. So I have two types of fruits, and then I process these fruits before they spoil, or I try to process them before they spoil. I can process them, this factory process them into nutrients that are used to feed the different machines that run on this planet. So all these machines, when you see them with the pizza symbol like that, it means they want nutrients to run. The reason these machines here are not getting fed is because this build is not running, and I don't put things in the build if it's not running, because otherwise things are gonna spoil. They're gonna spoil and produce spoilage, and if the spoilage stays on the belt and I don't deal with it, it's gonna block the belts. Hey, Spud, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in, all the little potatoes coming in. Hello, hello. Who do we have? Hey, the pixels, Maple. Purple, I missed purple. Hang on, I have too many things in the middle of my screen, I can't read chat. Too many notifications. How was the game? What was it named again? Yes, Bendy and the Ink Machine. That's right. How did it go? It was great. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. By decree of Lord Spuddington, we are winging our way into this noble stream. I don't know that it's noble, but it's a stream anyway. Hey, Rollycat. Hey, some Drongo. Dwingles. I was having a little tour of my base. So yeah, that's my Gleba factory, if you haven't seen it before. Hey, Death Gremlin! Hello, hello! Welcome in! And so on Gleba, everything spoils, and we don't want stuff to get stuck on the belt. we only turn on the different builds when we need them, right? And so currently we are designing a build to make science. Hey, Ekagima! Welcome in as well. Hello, everybody. So we are producing science in here that we are going to export afterwards to Naevis to do research with, along with the other science packs. You can see here the orange one is the one produced on Vulcanus. And so we're going to have the agricultural science pack here as well. To produce this agricultural science pack, we need bioflux and pentapod eggs. Pentapods are the enemies on this planet. They're little squid-like creatures, and so we can harvest their eggs and cultivate them, pretty much. So that's what we're doing over here. We're going to need to do it on a much larger scale, because we don't need one machine. We have calculated that we need all these machines to run. That's... I don't remember how many that is. That's 60 machines producing eggs. It's Purple's birthday today. Oh, happy birthday, Purple. Can I sing him happy birthday in French? Oh, yes, I can. Joyeux anniversaire. Joyeux anniversaire. Joyeux anniversaire, Purple. Joyeux anniversaire. Happy birthday, Purple. Joyeux anniversaire. Hopefully I didn't deafen you all with my singing. Thank you, the Pixel. Yeah, I didn't know that, Purp. Is Purple getting old? Actually, I don't know if I have you in my shoutout list, Purple. Did you get a shoutout? I might have to fix that. No, you did get a shoutout. That's okay. It's correct. I was wondering if I didn't forget to do that. French is such a pretty language. Well, I do like it, but I might be biased. Alright, so right here we are producing bioflux. For these machines, we need 6 machines producing bioflux to produce all we need. Each of them produces 2 bioflux per second, as you can see. And then on top of that, we're going to start building what we need to feed these machines as well. And that's gonna start like from the fruits and going all the way to feed these machines. Let me walk up so that I can place the stuff. There we go. That's weird, I don't have any biochambers on me. That's surprising. I used all of them? I guess... Yeah, that kinda makes sense, because I did place a bunch of useless machines there. Let me collect those, know that they are placed. I don't need them anymore being placed over there as a reminder of the number I need. Alright. But I think like many languages actually can sound both pretty harsh, pretty nice, depending on the context on how you use them. Like even, you know, German has a reputation of being very harsh sounding. That's not always true. Definitely not. So, you know. Alright, so here we have jelly and Yumako mash that is getting fed. We're going to produce that up there. We are getting fed in these machines nutrients that are going to come from the outside. And we are putting out the bioflux and spoilage if anything spoils inside the machine, right? The spoilage is going to get sent down there along with the spoilage that would be in these machines. You're going to go help Miss Admin? Yeah, of course, Admin. Have a great evening. And thank you once again for raining, Admin. Do take care of your family. That's the most important, you know. Have a great night. Hey, and thanks for the follow, the pixels. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I getting all the raids. Like admin raided, then Spurt raided. All of the lovely people coming in, welcoming everybody. You'll be lurking? Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for the lurking. I appreciate it. And so in here we want bioflux and nutrients to be accessible to each of these machines. But we don't want to just mash it on the belt anyway. We want bioflux on one side and nutrients on the other side of the belt so that any machine has access to both of them at all times, right? That's the intention here. And so here we are putting the bioflux on the outside of this belt. We are putting the bioflux on the outside of this belt. So we're going to need to reshuffle things around. And also, stuff might spoil. So we also are going to want to sort out any stuff that might be spoiled out of these belts. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, I think we are going to separate nutrients and bioflux. Maybe we filter out the bioflux. Bioflux is just gonna be just produced, right? So it's gonna be pretty fresh. And also the bioflux takes a long time to spoil. So we're not too worried about the bioflux spoiling here. And so we're going to shove the nutrient. I guess I might do it the other way, like this. We are going to shove the nutrient and anything that would be spoiled on the other side or on the other belt here coming out. And what we can do, how are we going to do that? Maybe like this, we sideload it. Yes. Right. Let's put this underground so that we have an empty space here. And we say, okay, if anything is spoiled, then you send it to the top. And then we filter it out. And as it turns out... Oh, dang it. I have a belt here already. It's okay. I can use a red belt. Then it's not gonna interfere with the blue underground belt. That's because I have a blue underground belt that's going from here to here, right? So if I try to place another blue underground belt here, it's gonna interfere. But if I use a red underground belt, it doesn't interfere with the blue, right? That's what we call belt braiding in the Factorio community. Sorry, I bonked a mic. That happens once in a while. I do need to produce... Oh no, it's okay. The bots got it. Perfect. Okay, so now I know that I only have fresh bioflux here. One thing I might do actually, and then I can be like, hey, bioflux here. No, nutrients here. Sorry, bioflux there. And then I'll merge then. Yeah, that sounds about right. And so if I haven't forgotten anything, I might just be able to shift this whole thing down there and mash them together. Have I forgotten anything? Let's have a look at this just to check, but I don't think so. Here I'm pulling out the spoiled stuff on the outside, but I don't really need to do that because I have a dedicated spoiled belt in this build. I think we're good here. Yeah, I think we're good. One thing to worry about is what happens when the build shuts down. Here, when the build shuts down, I guess it's just gonna evacuate the Yumako and the jelly either way, because I should be consuming it all when the build is running normally. But if it shuts down, then stuff can just flow through and gets evacuated over there. So that's fine. Yep. Okay. So then I guess that means I can take this whole thing here, cut it, paste it. And that's it. That's pretty nice. Alright. So then we need to feed Yumako and Jelly to this whole thing. And of course the nutrients, but the nutrients are just going to be on the inside of these belts, and that's going to be fine. So that's these 6 machines dealt with. So then we need 5 machines producing Yumako and 2 machines producing Jelly. So once again we're going to leave ourselves some space, because, well, no need to try to make things too tight and then come into issues with that. If we need to shift the whole build down, we're gonna shift the whole build down. I'm not too worried about space. I can just take the space I need. And the plan here, by the way, I didn't mention that recently, but the plan here is to produce the eggs down there. We're gonna have these 60 machines producing eggs. That's gonna take a lot of space. Because I don't remember if that's something I mentioned. So the eggs spoiled, right? So you can see here I have 15 eggs um, in that box, and they are 79% fresh. In 11 minutes, they spoil. So they take about 15 minutes to spoil. Um, when the eggs spoil, what happens is that an enemy spawns. And there's no way to produce eggs without going on an expedition to go kill enemies, right? So I want to keep eggs in there as a storage. And that means that if the build is not running, I'm going to spoil eggs once in a while, every once in a while. And so that's why I have these turrets here around here, just to go shoot the enemies as they spawn, kill them, and be done with it, right? And so here you see I have like 21 eggs in this box. Most of them are going to spoil in like 4 minutes. And when they spoil, either before that I have consumed them in here. Oh, you see we have 7 in there that are about to spoil. So we're going to see what happens in a few seconds. Come on. Oh, come on, little pentapods. You can do it. Yes, I know you can. Here we go. They're dead. Right? And then I get fresh eggs inside there. And now I'm producing stuff. Right? And so that's pretty much what happens. We keep a storage of eggs. And we consume it little by little. And when it spoils, we kill the pentapods. And we produce fresh eggs to replace the eggs we just used. So we are going to have something like that, but we're going to have 60 of them. And we're going to have them down here, and then they're all going to export their eggs up there. We're going to need to protect this build just in case stuff spoils on the belt. I think I'm probably going to evacuate the eggs if they spoil on the if they're not used over here, just so they don't spoil in there. But in case they spoil, we're gonna have turrets in there, and we're gonna have everything to deal with it, and not have the pentapods eat the whole build, right? Anyway, so here we need to produce the Yumeko and the jelly, and we need 5 machines producing Yumeko. This is gonna be tilted one way. It's okay. I don't mind. I mean, a little bit, but not that much that I'm gonna do something about it. Alright, so we are going to get Jelly out here. We're going to get Yumako out here. Should I... Maybe the output should be on the outside, actually. I'm going to put the output on the outside. The reason for that is that if I were to do what I was about to do, if I place a belt here, this inserter here is going to put its jelly on the outside of the belt, so on this side, and this inserter is going to put its jelly on this side of the belt, right? And if I do the same thing up here with Yumako, I'm going to have the same thing. So I'm going to have Yumako and jelly on either side of the belt, and that's not great because I'm mixing them up, and I don't want to do that, really. Especially on this planet where stuff spoils. So I'm just going to put them out here. And then what I can do is have maybe something like that. And so here I put the Yumako on the outside of the belt. I shift it to the inside of the belt by side loading, and the jelly is gonna go on the outside. No, that's much cleaner, right? Or I can just have like two different belts and be like, yay, two belts. That works too. And that's probably more what I'm going to do. Because otherwise I'm going to need to sort them and remerge them in a different way, so might as well do it directly. Or I could... you know what? Okay, question. Does this reach all the way? No, it doesn't. Dang it. But... But... Hear me out here. How about we do this? Right? And how about we do this? And maybe something like that? And maybe something like that? And then maybe I have something like that? And then all of a sudden, hey, I have a belt with jelly on one side, Yumako on the other side, right? Because this gets put on this side, this whole thing gets put on this side. Yeah, I like that. Of course, I can improve it a little bit by having underground belts pretty much everywhere. So I have space to work with. But at least we have that sorted. So these I need to feed them jelly nuts and Yumako. Yumako. That's just the name of the fruit. Oh, right. One thing I forgot to do is filter the stuff so I can know what does what. Your jelly, your Yumako mash. Also, I'd like power because I don't want the stuff flashing all the time. It's annoying. Actually, maybe you can be like that. Yeah. Right. At least it's flashing pizza. That's much more pleasant. I much prefer things flashing pizza than stuff flashing power. No, I want pizza. Dang it, game. Making me hungry. Shouldn't be allowed. Mm-mm. Alright. Um, let's see. Yeah. So I'm taking the fruits there. I'm going to have them side loaded. I don't want... I don't want the Yumako. You know what? I'm doing things the stupid way. I'm just realizing. Let's scrap this whole plan. We are gonna have 5 on one side and 2 on the other side, and that's it, really. That's gonna be so much easier. Rather than doing stupid things. Alright, let's try that again. So that's a fruit input. That's the Yumako mash output. And that's gonna be the jelly output. Then we have jelly on this side. We have Yumako mash right here. And hey, would you look at that? Things sort themselves out pretty naturally, don't they? So we have the fruits coming down there. One on the one side, one on the other side. Doesn't really matter which is which. One thing we need to deal with here is spoilage. So I can have spoilage here, for example. Which I can then evacuate out. Or... well, we'll see how we deal with it. What do I do here? No, not here. Spoiled food. Where do I deal with spoiled food here? Right there. I guess, yeah. I guess I just let it continue in this case. Should I do that? Yeah, I can do that because I deal with it here, right? I sort out the spoiled output. So I can just let spoiled stuff continue and enter this line. And then it's gonna go down there, get sorted out, get put on the spoiled line, right? Pretty easy. Pretty easy. Alright. I guess I'm going to want this line to be one further though. Just to be able to deal with stuff on this side. So it's gonna be something like that probably. So I need nutrients here. I need nutrients. And I need to take out the spoiled stuff. I might... hear me out. I might do pretty much the same thing that I did before for the spoiled stuff. I might say, hey, nutrients, continue straight out. And Bob's your uncle. Right? That sounds about right. I like this. That means that I do need to have a nutrient input from the top here. Let's not forget that. But I won't forget it. And so anything that's either spoiled or not nutrients anyway. So Yumako mash, jelly, spoiled stuff will go there. And so here we're gonna have spoiled stuff, jelly, mash. Great. Amazing. Last thing we need to deal with is spoilage. That means I can probably just take the spoilage out this way, really. Alright, in here I'm going to have Yumako. And in here I'm going to have jelly fruit. Or jelly nut? Jelly nut. Last thing I need to deal with is these builds are gonna produce seeds. So I need to take the seeds out. Ah. Well, let's not do that. That would be stupid. And so here we are going to take Yumako seeds from these machines. I forgot this one. And here we are going to take jelly nut seeds. And these, what do we do with those? Well, usually we just send them on their way. Well, I guess this can just simply be a belt. And then for now, because we've done the exact same thing for every other build, we're just gonna have the bots deal with it. We have been trying to reduce the activity of the bots. So one of the things we've been doing, because the bots cost a lot of power in this base, on this planet, and at some point the bots were using like a huge amount of the power production of this base. Let's have a look. If I look, maybe not 250 hours, that would be a lot. Yeah, so if you look at this point, for example, the Roboports were using 50 megawatts 15 hours ago when I was producing like 80 megawatts basically. Maybe now, yeah, 80 megawatts. So I was consuming more than half of the power of the base just to feed the bots, right? And what the bots were doing mostly was taking spoilage and feeding it to the power generation. So basically I was using more than half my power production to feed the power production. That's very inefficient, obviously. So what we did is rather than use bots, we are trying to, as much as possible, use belts. Because bots cost a lot on this planet to run. Well, bots cost a lot to run in general, but on this planet it's particularly impactful. So here, the seeds are one of the things we keep on the bots for now. That's gonna change. But you see that... Oh, hey, I am out of arms, apparently. You see that, for example, any extra Yumako or jelly, I'm planning to exit it on belt here. And basically it's gonna run up this way. Or more likely, what's gonna happen here... Let's see. Because that's pretty much the same thing we've been doing for every other build. Is we're going to have lines... actually, we don't really need that. We just need that, right? Then we are going to have two lines running up, same as this ones here. So you see that here we have jelly on the right side, we're gonna have Yumako on the left side. Runs up here, and here we have a return line for the jelly and a return line for the Yumako. That gets sent to be dealt with elsewhere. Mostly it's gonna go to storage where it's gonna spoil. And then we use the spoilage back, or power production or whatever. But we have another part of the build that of the base that deals with that, right? That's not for us to deal with. And so I think here we don't have to deal with the spoilage coming from upwards because, well, that's the top of the build, pretty much. Because then we have this part, we're going to deal with that later, but we have this part that provides the fruits. And the fruits come from the farms that I showed you earlier. So that means we can cut this. Something like this. And paste it right here. Hey, more compact. More better. I'm fairly happy with this build. It's not too much shenanigans so far. So far. Should be careful when saying, oh, it's not too much shenanigans. That can change quickly. And in here we are going to provide, of course, nutrients. And these nutrients are just gonna come from the top so like for pretty much all my builds, really, I have a nutrient belt, I have a jelly belt, and I have a Yumako belt, right? Or whichever way it comes. So that's gonna be what happens up there. I think we can even compact it one more, actually. Yeah. We're just gonna move these down by one. And then... how do I do that? I think I take this in 2 steps, right? Well, 3 steps, really. And that's when you notice that actually this is too compact because you forgot something. Now, hopefully, no, I have the experience to be like, yeah, no, that's good. Hopefully. All right. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. For aesthetic purposes, I'm going to pull these one further out, so it's in line with the other ones. But that's it, really, I think. Next, we need the eggs, of course. We need the eggs, and we need to deal with shutting down. And with the spoilage and all that stuff. So what do we do with the eggs? Hmm, that's the question. An omelette would be a good starter. Well, it's a dish, not a starter, really, but, you know. I think I'm starting to be hungry. It's a problem. Alright, let's not get distracted. Okay, let's make an egg build. So this is done. We have done all these. Egg. Well, technically, I think we can probably copy that one. That made me jump. My god. That made me jump so much. Oh, hey. I forgot to launch fill some stuff? Yeah, I did. Dup. Factorio confirmed. Yeah, I jump scared myself. No kidding. I was so zoomed in, I just got jump scared by the noise. I guess that's fine. Oh hey, bunch of rocks. That's nice. That's not too common. No, is it? No, it's copper. Okay. I thought it was rocks. I don't know why. That's okay. Factorio. Do not request eggs for now. That would be suboptimal. Stop requesting nutrients as well. That would be suboptimal too. Let's think about this. So, hello? Can I get a biochamber though? No? But? No biochamber? Oh, you make me sad. Didn't I remove a bunch here? Apparently not. What's going on? Can I craft one then? Give me a few eggs. Maybe not 40. Give me a bit of nutrients. You need eggs to craft the biochambers. So I'm just asking the bots to bring me the stuff. We're gonna craft a little bit of these. Just so we have some. At some point we're gonna need to do a production of them. So we can export them or something. I don't know if they can work on other planets. What do they need to work? Let's have a look. Pressure 2000 hectopascals. They have to be crafted on this planet. I guess they need nutrients. What's the pressure on Nauvis? 1000 hectopascals. No, so we can't use them on Nauvis. So I guess that's the issue here, is that, well, we can't really use the stuff. Hello, can I get the other stuff I need to craft them? Oh, I need landfill. I'm not getting landfill? Why am I not getting landfill? Because I'm using all the landfill already. Oh, damn it. Well, I guess I'm not crafting this then. We can maybe craft it when we have more landfill. Is this finally provided? No, this is still filling up. Oh my god, Vulcanus, you're so slow. So slow. What's going on here? Is it just a production speed issue? My god. I guess it is. Do I need to put in a second one? Let me see here. In terms of production on this planet, how much are we producing? 25 per minute blue circuits. We need 1.4 per second. So 25, well, 1.4 per second, 1.4 per second times 60, so we need 84 per minute. Yeah, so we're not even feeding one rocket fully, really. We can't... We can run one of those at a third of its speed. pretty much. And this is running full speed, isn't it? Yeah. Blue circuits are so slow to produce. So slow. To be fair, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's like 20 machines producing blue circuits. If we have a look on Novice, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14? Yeah, probably 14. Times 4, we have like basically 60 machines producing blue circuits in terms of capacity. So we have 3 times the capacity. So yeah. And that's still probably not enough to run, but we have also a lot more storage. And this we run down the storage pretty efficiently. Usually, normally on this planet, rocket fuel is our limiter. Because we're struggling with oil. But right now, yeah, blue circuits is a stark limiter. So I wouldn't mind doubling that. Can I is the question. In terms of space, I could have one over there. Probably. In terms of resources, I don't know. Let's try. At the end of the day, that's gonna be the deciding factor, right? Does it work? I don't know. We will see. Yeah, so I can put one. We can't landfill lava. But I can remove cliffs now. I have cliff explosives. So I can be like, hey, remove everything here. Let's leave a little bit of space. And I guess let's place that. But maybe even... Actually, before we place this completely... that's the back of the build. And we're unlikely to need to put some stuff down there. So let's leave more space up there. That way, if need be, we can like pump lava and go produce a bunch of copper and iron more easily. This should cover the whole build, yes. It should. Alright, so everything's getting placed. We are going to need to feed it plastic. Plastic would go here. Oh. We're going to need to feed it power, first of all. Silly me. Well, it looks like plastic is not gonna be enough. Why isn't plastic enough right now? Not enough petroleum. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, for now, assuming we have enough plastic. I guess I can run it parallel to coal, can't I? That way, I'm already on the correct side. That's good. Ooh, not enough roboboards there. No, there is. It's just bots being slow. Okay, that's fine. If it's just that, I don't mind. I am going to need roboboards up there. Why is there a pipe here? I do not know. There's probably a pipe here as well that has no reason to be here. Alright, that's sulfuric acid we are going to need. Then we need to provide molten iron and molten copper. Where do I get molten iron and molten copper for this build? I guess right here. I have molten copper. And where do I get molten iron? I guess right here. I think both sides should be connected. Yes, they are all connected here in the middle. So that's fine. Um, this was my inputs, so I can remove them. Let's see. I'm going to leave a bit of space just so, well, things are easier to deal with if you have space, always. So if you're able to, why not, right? That requires iron, so that's on this line. Oop, it's there we go. That's copper and iron provided. And then I need sulfuric acid. Oh, I'm going to need some pumping too, apparently. That's okay. Let's just finish putting this in. Alright, where does the problem start? I guess we could have the pumping right here. That's probably the easiest point to pump. Yeah, so the length of line you can feed without pumping is limited in the extension. They reworked the fluid system, basically. And so, yeah, you have limited length fluid lines. I think that's not a bad way to deal with fluids, honestly. And so you need pumping once in a while. Try to arrange them in a visually pleasing way. Then, oh, that's sulfuric acid, isn't it? That's perfect. You have sulfuric acid there too? I guess maybe I take it from here rather than up there. Oh, that's a problem though? Nope. Um, um. That's okay. I can sidestep here and that's fine. I could have sidestepped here, couldn't I? That's even better. And that way I don't have a problem stuff. Oh, well that's okay. I can remove these. I might want pumping once again. I think that was a good shout because I saw it flashing red when I removed the stuff. What's my current steel and green chip output? Those are always massive choke points for you. On which planets, bud? On Uvis or globally? Is that globally? Green chips, I'm currently on Uvis producing 2.8 thousand per minute and steel 1.2 thousand per minute. Globally, I'm producing 3.6 thousand green chips per minute. And steel is not so much 1.2 per minute because I basically just produce it on Novis. But bear in mind, Novis isn't super active at the moment. Yeah, Novis is the original planet. Novis is the original planet. So what I have for steel, I have one, two, three, four. So I have 4/5 of a blue belt. Basically, so I basically have a blue belt production of steel. And green chips, I have 4 blue belts production of green chips. Each of these columns produces 2 blue belts of green chips in terms of capacity. And you can see that right now it's barely running. Right now green chips are barely running. If I display them, well, I guess they have spurts of production, the green chips especially. But yeah, I have the capacity to produce 7.2 thousand green chips per minute, at least for a little while. I'm not sure the rest of the factory can follow that. That might just be like if running on buffer or something like that. I don't think I can consistently produce that. The production doesn't look crazy, but the level of output is insane. I mean, yes and no. Bear in mind, like if I zoom out any further here, I'm in matte mode, right? So I'm at maximum zoom out to see the whole green chip production. And for the steel, same. I think the impressive one is the red circuits build. That's massive, right? The red circuits build is basically 3 times as long as the green circuits. It only produces a blue belt. Basically. So yeah. All of it is infinitely more impressive than any of your setups will ever be. It's 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 not that bad to build because it's just copy pasting the same, like really my green chip build boils down to this, right? It's these 10 10 things repeated over and over and over again. And like when I have a green belt, a blue belt that's full, then I sidestep, and that's it, really, right? So it's just a lot of repeating the same thing over and over, and that's where Factorio shines, really, because when you have builds like that, where you have something that's repeatable, you can just, as soon as you get bots, you copy paste it a bunch. And that's it, right? And all that you need to have done to prepare for that is leave enough space. That would be my advice. My second advice, I talked about the first advice for any new player of Factorio is if you don't know by heart the tech tree, don't try to progress too fast in the tech tree because the tech tree is guiding you towards what you need to do next every time. So if you don't want to be lost in the tech tree, just if you don't need it, don't research it. Unless we're talking about infinite research, then you can like go ham and and have fun with it, although it's gonna be a drain on the resources of your base too, so you have to take that into account. Any resource that's going towards your research is not going towards producing the machines that you need to continue building your base. So over-researching is a bit mistake at the start, until you have a system that's good enough to sustain it. And the second advice would be leave yourself a bunch of space, right? Any of the builds I do, like, look, I leave a bunch of space. I leave a bunch of space. Here I was like, yeah, I know for a fact that I'm going to need 2 of these. Even though, like, at the start I had these 2 machines, I left this space because I knew I would need a space. Had I not left a space, I would be in trouble. And for the red build, I messed it up. You can see that for the red build, I left myself a bunch of space. I was like, yeah, no, that's not enough. I need a second column. And actually, I need to expand this. What do I do? Like these two builds are colliding with each other. It's a mess, right? Because I was blocked. And same for the red build, you know. The red circuit build, it appears impressive, but the red circuit build is this. Oop. It's just this. And then I can copy paste it and repeat it. Actually, this without that. You remove this and you remove these two. That's my red circuit build. And so this feeds copper to this. That's just the copper cable being fed to this. And really that's it. And then I have my copper line running alongside. I don't know why I didn't copy it. So it's just a matter of building something that can be repeated with the idea in mind that if it's a build that you know you're gonna need to extend, try to have something that you can just copy paste. And be like, yeah, I'm happy with that. So for example, that's my blue circuit build. If I need another blue circuit build, I copy paste this block. This whole block. You're forever running out of space while figuring the tech tree and base configuration, yeah. So what I do generally at the start is I look a little bit around. I'm like, okay, so here when I started building, let's see, so my ship was right here at the start. So my spawn point was right here. We had to remove it, unfortunately, because I messed up the spacing and I had to run belts here, so I had to remove it. And so I started putting my smelting in here. It was much smaller at the start, of course, but I left a bunch of space on the side. And I started running stuff. And you see, I left all this extra space being like, yeah, I don't know how many lines I'm going to need to bring up. So I'm leaving a lot of space here. That's something I did at the start, right? This was my planning. These boxes, these wooden boxes, was like, okay, that's my bus. It's taking this space. And so I'm not running anything in this space. Nothing is allowed in this space because that's my bus. That's reserved for my bus. And so I started building on the side of the bus. And I had a bunch of space here that I had identified was available You see that I run eventually into cliffs, but I didn't run into cliffs until being almost done with the build, right? That's my landing pad right here. And on this side, I run into cliffs as well, but not too much. So I had identified that, okay, the cliffs are far enough that I think I'm gonna be mostly fine. What I should have done maybe was build a little bit lower here so I wouldn't run into these cliffs. But, you know, because in Space Age, the cliff explosives are not on Nauvis. You need to go to Gleba to research the cliff explosives. So that's a big thing to think about uh, in Space Age. And then I reshuffled things around a bunch when I started making trains. I had to shift a lot of things, but yeah, mostly that's it. And you see that I went very far up with the trains because I wasn't sure how far I would need to go with the base. It's like a perfect circuit diagram. Yeah, it's really the way I plan my base is actually fairly simple. It's okay, I have a smelting area, and I reshuffle the smelting area. Like, for example, at the start, I had like um, one iron build, iron smelting build that was obviously yellow belt, maybe two. Then I had a copper smelting build right here. Maybe I had a steel smelting build right here. I had a little bit of stone right here. But that was it, right? And then I reshuffled things around later to have them grouped. But basically, it's okay. I start my smelting from here and I go down with the smelting. Here I have the bus, so I go perpendicular to the bus, which is gonna transport to all the builds. And here at the very start of the bus, actually the first thing I have in the bus is the research. And so I build in reverse, right? Everything brings its research back down here. And then at some point I just branch off. Here I messed it up a little bit. I shouldn't have done it facing the green circuit. I should have left this space empty really and put the green circuits higher. It would have helped if I did this lower as well. But yeah, at some point I branch off and that's my mole. That's just making, you know, belts, inserters, all these things. All the spaghetti is in here, and the rest is dedicated to stuff that's organized and that's systematic. And so you take stuff off off of here, you do your thing, you put the result back, and you feed other stuff with that. Do you produce basic iron and copper products like cogs, tubes, coils locally to more complex production lines, or in one massive area you run belts out of? Generally, that's stuff I do locally. There could be a point to doing gear wheels build because you take two plates um, per gear wheel. So technically, you're compacting stuff. So like, you know, two two blue belts of iron could turn into one blue belt of gear wheels. So it helps you have to run less stuff along. But the problem is that is you need such a massive amount of gear wheels everywhere that you'd need a lot of belts. in the bus for that, but that could be an option. I think some people do that. Um, Coils is really something I don't think you should do because you take one copper plate to produce two copper cables, and so it blows up massively, and you need a massive amount of them too. Um, so you'd need just too many belts. You're better off producing them locally, it's more compact. Gear wheels, it could be more compact to have a gear wheel build. But you need a lot of planning for that because so the issue I would have with making a gear wheels build is I don't know ahead of time how many gear wheels I would need. So I would need either to take it to Factorio calculator and plan ahead quite a lot, or leave a lot of extra space to run gear wheels, or it's just easier to have them part of the builds and have pre-calculated how many I need for this build. Because for example, like for a belts build, you need such a massive amount of gear wheels, it's completely crazy. Like, have a look at the Vulcanus green belt build, right? It's mostly gear wheels. That's gear wheels, that's gear wheels, that's gear wheels. It's a ratioed build. But like, I need entire green belts of gear wheels to be able to run this build. And it's just one machine of green belts per type, you know? And I'm not even outputting the other types of belts. And so, yeah. For pipes, well, it's 1-to-1, so whatever. I prefer to produce them locally generally. I do, however, of course, have a pipe build that's in the mall for personal use. Where is it? Right here. So I do have a pipe build in the mall. I have both one for personal use and one for mall production. Because so many things need pipes in the mall. And yeah. What else do I have? I have a little bit of a fluid bus here. So that's one of the things as well. Because I leave enough space between the edge of the bus and the start of the builds, I'm able to run pipes in there for my different needs. And then I have a pipe bus right here that goes all the way towards here and uh, to my oil area. So the oil is in a completely separate area. I don't put it in the mall at all, in the bus at all. You could, but you need to plan ahead for it. And so it's usually easier to deal with it separately. And yeah, you see things like rails, roads. Roads are one of the ones where I wouldn't ever consider doing them separately. First of all, because you need them for like one or two products. Um, and secondly, because you go from one to two. So you're actually uncompressing the materials. And you see I have a big space here because at some point I had my rocket silos here. But the issue was when I want to launch stuff, I usually want to launch stuff from the mall, and so it was just asking my bots to go across the whole base. I needed like 5 minutes between the time a rocket was ready and the time it was delivered. So I moved everything here. And I think with the Gleba science, I'm probably going to move the lander here too. Just so I can have the Gleba, the agricultural science packs as close as possible to the labs. But the labs are going to need a redesign at some point, either way, because I'm going to have Gleba labs at some point, so yeah. What were we doing? Oh yes, the biochamber. I remember. Oh, and yes, we were looking at Vulcanus to try to have a build. Is this working? Yes it is. No, it is not. Uh, is it? Wait, what's going on here? Oh, I don't know what's happened here. Oh, I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. What happened is that you cannot pipe under lava, or underwater, or under space. Makes a lot of sense to produce locally. Another difficulty you have is diluting your bus too much in early game, but generally fine, until you get serious bullet production. Then you get into a vicious cycle of power requirement and smelting versus your ability to produce enough bullets to hold back the locals you're attracting while you're waiting for more efficient research to finish. Yeah. Um, so what you can see here is that I ended up having bullet production that's even earlier than the research, right? That's not something I do at the start, but at some point when I'm like, oh, I'm struggling to keep up with the bullets production, um, then it's the first thing I do in my bus. And the other thing you will notice in my bus is these things. The purpose of these is to ensure that the rightmost belt is always full, right? If one belt is empty, it's gonna be this one, none of the others. Or if two belts are empty, it's gonna be this one and this one, etc. So it empties from the left, and so I always like feed my builds. I want this build to be full. If it's not full, no resources are going anywhere else. I have a priority output here. And I have that for every build. You'll see copper, iron, everything has priority output to the build. So you feed the first builds, and then if you have resources left, you feed the second build, etc., etc., etc. And so if some things are not enough, they're not gonna reach the end, and that's fine. No. Actually, here I'm not feeding priority feeding, that's bad. But we're at a point where it's like, yeah, that's the last build, so who cares, right? But yeah, as a rule, I'm always priority feeding, and then I'm always rebalancing things to shift things to the right. So here, stuff goes out priority. Always, always, always. And so when you do that, you ensure that the first build geographically is the priority of your build. And then at the entrance of each build, I reshuffle stuff. There are probably more elegant ways of doing this. I would say the ideal way would be to say, hey, I don't need to do this if I'm like, okay, this needs half a belt, and this needs half a belt, then I'm not continuing the belt any further. Then I'm physically shifting the belt. That's typically what you'll see speedrunners do, right? They're like, okay, this build needs half a belt, this build needs half a belt. I run half a belt towards this build, I run half a belt towards this build. I'm not gonna feed all my belts to all my builds. Technically, that's inefficient in terms of number of belts you place. So this, like the detractors of this type of bus builds, will tell you, yeah, but like, why do you run 8 belts of iron or 8 belts of copper all the way up your build if 4 of them are going to be eaten right here, you know? And technically they're right, technically they're correct, but this allows me to build in a more systematic way. Also, you'll see that, well, I didn't ever extend that because I never needed more up there, right? So I didn't continue it. I continue my belt on a need basis, right? Although that is not very neat. So I'm just gonna continue it right here. So it lines up well. Because that's more aesthetically pleasing to me. And that's the most important thing, right? To have an aesthetically pleasing bus. So now it stops neatly. But yeah, so you see here, I'm like, yeah, I need a red belt going up. Okay, I'm taking a red belt up. Actually, I probably just needed a yellow belt based on the fact that I have a yellow belt in, but I probably upgraded the whole belt at some point because I was like, okay, I don't want any more yellow belts in there. That's the other thing. Don't overbuild, don't upgrade too early. Do it on the basis of what you need to do rather than um, doing something systematic, like being like, oh, I'm producing 3 blue belts per hour. Let's upgrade my whole belt base to blue belts. Well, first of all, it's going to be useless most of the time. The blue belt costs about 15 times as much as a yellow belt, so you're just going to spend resources for no benefit at all. And your base is going to be run into the ground for 10 hours. The amount of times you've lost your base because you've been too focused on making it pretty instead of productive. I mean, yeah. There's a balance to be found, for sure. Right, are we producing now? Yes, we are. Is it useful? No. Because I have no plastic. I should really make more plastic, shouldn't I? That means I need to make more oil. How do I do that? I might... Okay. I have an idea. It's a bit of a mess, but it's better than nothing. Right, so that's gonna be an example of why systematic builds are great. I hope. Dang it. Nope, 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 don't build it. Yeah, I guess I'm going to build it right here. How much is this gonna consume? So, wait, I don't need to do that. I need to look in here. That's a great thing with the expansion, by the way, if you didn't know. Each machine is telling you how much it consumes and produces based on like real figures. So that helps you a lot for planning. So this is telling me that each machine needs 2 calls per second, right? 2 calls per second. If I assume I provided a green belt, I might upgrade this to a green belt. A green belt is gonna be 60 per second. So 2 calls per second. 60 calls per second divided by 2, that's 30 machines I can feed with a green belt. How many machines do I have? Where is my 30? Hey, that's 30. So I cannot feed these 2 top machines. So there's no reason to have them in, because I cannot feed them. Good. First things first. So we're going to have a green belt input of coal. You're gonna be coal. And 30 machines times 0.4. We're going 12 calcite per second. That's well within the range of what a blue belt can do. So that's fine. What's the capacity? I don't know what's the capacity of my pipe. We're gonna see for sulfuric acid, but that's fine. Alright, so we need to feed this with a green belt of coal. And I'm considering running it like right here, really. I'm more than considering it, I'm going to do it. And here I guess we can have a splitter. All the advice I gave you for the novice base, I don't apply here. That's okay. But one of the challenges of this planet is that there's cliffs everywhere except for a small area. So now I have cliff explosives, but for a long time I didn't. And so I built in the space I had. I did what I could. Actually, I'm going to need this space, so get away. And that brings us to the next talking point, which is roboports. Oh. It's not gonna do as well in the middle of lava. So let's not do that. Maybe. 1 AM warning. Oh. Nice. Thanks, Flame. That's extremely useful to see how a bus works properly with your priority system. Yeah, you're welcome. Don't hesitate. If you have any question, don't hesitate. I'm always happy to help. Oh. Derp. Well, guess we're adding power poles, after all. A little bit extra. Alright, let's go. So... That's heavy oil produced on a larger scale. We need to reconnect that with the rest. Basically to this tank. This is feeding heavy oil. No, this is consuming heavy oil, sorry. But technically, I could feed in there. However, I have a slight issue with that, which is the reach of this stuff, but we can solve it, right? So that's heavy oil connected. I need to provide calcite to that build. I guess let's just rip off this thing. Ooh, that needs to be green. If my whole calcite belt is green, I would rather not disturb that. There might be a good reason. It might just be that by default I'm starting to build green, but just in case there is a good reason, I want to preserve that. So this is all gonna be producing. We are going to need to send the lava cake delivery. Oh, it is here already. Then what's the problem here? What's the matter? Why no refineries on the ground? Maybe that was a bit too much. I don't think I needed 100 oil refineries, really. That might have been overkill. Oh, only 50, that's fine then. Alright, and this also needs... is gonna need to be copied. Oh, I need red inserters too. Let's not send all of them this time. 150 is way enough. Are any of these running? Why not? Because of acid. Yeah, I forgot acid. I did. I'm going to remove this. Oh, you scared me, dude. I thought for a moment I had accidentally built in worm territory. Oh wait, it's over there. I'm fine for the moment. It's giving me a warm welcome. Too long. Too long. It's okay. Can pump. You're going to do your best Shadok impression. How does that look? That should be fine. And no. Why not? Oh? Okay, interesting. Wait a minute. Is it actually happening, or did I dub something badly? No? Yeah, I don't know what happened here. What the? Oh, I know exactly what's happening. Dang it. Right. I dubbed something badly is what's happening. So this is not supposed to be the acid line, and this is not supposed to be the heavy oil line. Quite the reverse, in fact. So let's try that again, shall we? Without the dub. Preferably. It's fine, it's not like I needed that heavy oil anyway. Right? Right? I almost did it again. Oops, I did it again. Alright, here we go. That's a whole lot more heavy oil. That's 300 heavy oil per second more, in fact. So this should be filling up quickly. Yep. Let's look at the fluids production. Heavy oil just stepped up like by a third. What about light oil? Actually, we're following with light oil, so we might be good. And what about petroleum? Yeah, we might be good actually. I thought we needed more production, but that might be enough. Are we stable on the stock? This is increasing, I think. This is definitely not increasing. But it's not zero either. Which is progress. This is increasing. Okay, so we are overproducing heavy oil compared to our consumption capacity right now. So I need more cracking. Which brings us back to the question, how do I implement more cracking? The problem isn't really with the build or anything, it's more with routing the stuff. I think what I might end up doing is just rip out some of this stuff down here. And be like, yeah, I sacrifice a bit of the area of the power production, but that's okay, because now I can extend it elsewhere. It's not the same situation as it was when I was stuck in cliffs. I'm not stuck in cliffs anymore. I can afford to remove a little bit of this and re-expand elsewhere if need be. Alright. And then... Uh... 1, 2, I guess. 3, 4? Sure. I'm going to leave a little bit of space. And then we are going to do the same thing for light oil. Just run it exactly parallel. Then we can have power. And then we can just connect the fluids. I guess might as well connect here. Just to be systematic about it. And that's it. What are you complaining about? Missing entities. Hey, I need these. There we go. And so that's my production capacity. That should be dramatically increased. In terms of petroleum gas. Yep. I think. Let's see, maybe an hour? Yeah, look at that. And I'm under the impression this is not fully running anymore? Yeah. This should be running the whole time. Oh. I might be saturating the pump. No, the pumping speed is fine. Why am I not pumping? Why no pumping? What's going on here? Let me see. How many machines? We have 40 machines. That's what capacity? 40 times 20, that's 800 a second. Which is well below 1200. So this machine should be enough. This pump should be enough to pump that. And that's enough. So why are you stopping? Maybe it's backing up. Maybe it's a question of backlog. I have to empty, to fill progressively the whole thing. But no, because this isn't pumping at full speed. The heavy oil is decreasing slightly. So at least there's that. And what about this? Why no? Alright. What about doing this? You're splitting... Yeah, you're splitting too. So if we fully supply that... Yeah, that was about half the build running, which makes sense because that was half a belt feeding it, right? So if we provide it a full belt, it should be a full build running. But we might overall need more coal. We'll see if things back up when this reaches the top here. Or if they get run down and then we determine that we need more. Yeah, this is starting to get fed, that's nice. So that's even more heavy oil that should be produced, at least for a little while. Yes, yes. Nice, nice. And that's increasing light oil production as well, which is good. Because that means that cracking is working better with more heavy oil input. Alright. And so, well, my plastic isn't super happy still, but it's doing better. My poo completely destroyed plastic production. Technically, I think we should be producing more blue circuits than we were. a little while ago. Let's see. Blue circuits. Yeah, yeah. We're not at the production of the peak. We're not anywhere near that. Our peak production is 146 per minute. But that was on a buffer, I believe. We're at 133 in a fairly stable way. So I think we made progress here. I think this is flashing on and off less overall. So I think it was a problem of stuff not being backed up. And this isn't flashing on and off either anymore. 1.3, 2.7. Oh, we might even be positive on these two. We might need more cracking even. Let's see fruits. We are producing 41,000 heavy oil per minute. We are consuming low 40,000 per minute. So we're producing 1,000 per minute extra, something like that. Let's see if we look over a minute, the stats. No, we're just consuming as much as we're producing. We don't really have anything extra. 40.2, 40.3, yeah, that's the same figure. Pretty much. 13,000 per minute, we are consuming 13,000 per minute. It's just more smooth on the consumption side, but that's it. But hey, that's pretty much our peak production. We have a deficit of coal now. We need more coal provided overall. Right? We need a fourth green belt. There we go. We are going to need more roboports. Where does this stop? One above the bottom, so right here. I can mesh them together at least a little bit. Good, good. And with that, hopefully I can supplement the production a little bit. This is bothering me. That's good. Come on, bots. Finish the job. And then stuff is gonna need to propagate all the way up. Thankfully that's green belt, so it's not gonna take too long. But yeah, takes a while. Either way. There we go. So that's another green belt. I might want to balance it. Nah, I'm fine. It's okay. That should help as well. It's gonna be like a tiny bit more heavy oil. If anything. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much that helps, but it should help a tiny bit. Hopefully. These are dead. They're all dead. Which means I'm going to need to supplement this from here, so it was really a good decision to add a little bit of production. I want you to take first from there. Hey, J-Moy, how are you doing? Maybe some explosions? Yeah, that happens from time to time, like when cliffs are in my way or something like that. How are you doing? Happy Friday. I should say happy Saturday, shouldn't I? It's not Friday anymore. I am currently trying to expand the production for rocket launches on here. So I cannot promise explosions, but I can promise a lot of fire. You're home from con, 6 hours of sleep, then back. Oh, what con are you going to at? You can't sleep yet? Too hype? Too high energy for that? Alright, that's a lot more plastic, that's good. We're making progress. Let's look at the production stats. Hey! Yeah, that's definitely progress. How about the fluids? Still going up. Why is it going up so much at the moment, actually? Oh, it's because I'm in 1 hour. If I look in 10 minutes mode, it's smoother. Yeah. Yeah, no, we definitely increased quite significantly blue belts production. Blue processing units production. Plastic is going up as well. I think pretty much with processing units. Yeah, they're going alongside each other. It's a local festival of general gaming culture, digital and analog, and you're working there? Oh, nice. Yeah, that sounds fun. That sounds pretty nice. Let's re-expand a little bit the power production that we took out. That way we can do 3 explosions for Jmoy. Yay, explosions! A few more here. Yay, explosions! Killing the cliffs. Hydrate, yeah, thanks for the hydrate. I have a tiny bit more coffee. Ah, that's nice. Alright. Good, good. Yeah, so we had a few issues on Vulcanus that we needed to solve. It's still not great. Fundamentally, the issue was that the lava cake delivery service wasn't getting filled up fast enough. It was going to take hours to fill it up. Now the shuttle is back, and it's going to take a while to fill up, but that's that's fine. At least we can deliver more um, landfill to Gleba. We need a lot of landfill on Gleba for our current projects, as you can see, and we were just not getting it. So, and even then, I would like to be able to produce some stuff for which I need landfill, and I'm not able to at the moment. This is our colony ship. I don't know um, if you've seen this save before, Jmoy. So this is our colonization ship. This is the one we take from planet to planet. It's the first ship we built. Basically, it has a lot of storage. It stores a lot of everything, right? And so we use it to ship construction material from one planet to the other. You've seen the ship before? Nice. And so we bring it back to Gleba with 5,000 landfill, which is gonna help us nicely. We need a lot of landfill on Gleba. Yay! Let's watch the landing. Open wide. Whee! And all the landfill. The boats are like, yes, feed me. Feed me right now. Alright, so let's request a few eggs, a little bit of that. We can move this way a little bit and we can make more biochambers. Because we need a bunch of them. Make a redeem to talk in that voice. I would break my voice. I don't know how to growl well enough. If you remember so on Valentine's Day I did a game of Monster Prom by myself, so I was doing all the voices, and in particular, like all the how is he called? Is it Damien? The Hellboy. Who's talk like this? And yeah, by the end of the stream, after 2 or 3 hours, my voice was shutting down. I finished one game and I was like, okay, I have to end now. I cannot talk anymore. My body is saying no. You're not doing that. So yeah, that's the kind of voice like it's the same when singing, you know. Someone who does growling, if they don't know how to do it well enough, properly, then they're gonna hurt their vocal cords. So yeah. Alright, I think we can finish this for now. That's enough. That stream was a particular joy to watch. Well, I'm glad you liked it. But yeah, by the end of it, like it's a great game to do. It's a great game to play, but to play on it's difficult, as I've discovered. All right, so we need to do egg production. We need to do egg production, so we're going to request eggs here. Um, then we store them in the. Why do I have this? Oh, because yeah, right. If anything spoils, then it's taken out. I don't think I should do that. I should filter the eggs here. And I think it's a game that's more fun as well to play in with other people. Alright, so we can take out the spoilage like this. So that's nutrient input and spoilage output if the nutrient is done. I enable this if I have less than 30 eggs total. Fine, so I don't feed it. I see. And I guess here we're going to... How do I do that? Maybe I shift this here. So obviously, I mean, they're all filtering eggs, right? I only ever have eggs in there anyway. And I guess any... let's see. I don't want to deplete the stocks by putting stuff on the belt. So I guess what needs to happen here is I put it on the belt if... Wait, so... This puts it in here if there's less than 20 in the whole thing. And so I guess this one is enabled if I have more than 20. Right? So when eggs are put in here, if there's less than 20, I reload this box. If there's more than 20, I reload this box. I put it on the belt, I mean. Yep. And so I think what I'm going to do here is flip it vertically. Yes. And actually probably like that. All right. There we go. Next. I'm gonna need ammo, and I'm going to need turrets, right? I think I'm going to need ammo production in here, actually. And it can't be nuclear ammo. That's just not sustainable. Let's see here. Let's see. Something like that. Okay, so that's surrounded by turrets. I think that's good. And so we are going to need to fill this with ammo. Let's see. Then the question is the question of pattern, right? Do I have a repeatable pattern? I think I do. Wait, that's input, sorry. Sorry. We are going this direction. And then at the end we come back this direction with the spoilage. Alright. Oop, that was spoilage, I guess. Last item of order is water. I think we're good. Let's leave a bit of space. Let's see, eggs, we can line it up with egg production. Maybe I flip it horizontally. So that's the egg line for up there. Can I have it mirrored actually? That would be fun. Nah, we're okay. Okay, one note on repeatability of the pattern. These need to shift like that. Yes, I think that's good. Yes, that's okay. It's just visually confusing, but it's okay. So here now, if I try to repeat it, oh no, right. That's a good point. Okay, that's okay. It just means I need to tweak this a little bit. Help? What's going on here? I don't know what happened. It looks like there was a ghost over a non-ghost or something. Weird. Okay, and no, we are repeatable. Except we need it to be a 4x4 because, yeah, like side by side it's not repeatable. So here we need to do things like that. And vertically here we need to flip again. Yes. No. Wait. I'm confused. Ba 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 ba. So on the bottom it works. Okay, mess it up on the top. This needs to be flipped horizontally. And then like this, I think. Yep, I think that's good. Okay, so now that's repeatable, I think. I have question about the buffer chest. Maybe I make it a requester chest? I guess it can be a buffer chest. But it needs to have a condition. I can't just have it requesting no matter what. I have to have it. Probably we're going to go. Hey, enable if checkmark is greater than 0. So right now it should be disabled. Please give me power. Thank you. At least it's less flashy. Yeah, so right now it's disabled. And you're not gonna request 10,000. You're gonna request like 10? Not even 10 because you're not generally gonna have 10. Like 5, maybe. Alright, and each of them needs to be connected on red, I guess? Yeah. Alright. So that's repeatable now. And if we put down 4 of them, then we can wire them together. Yes, that's good. Alright, progress. So that's how many? That's 4 by 4, that's 16. We need 60 of them. Um, I guess 60 is 15 by 4, right? So we can just have this 15 tall if we want. I'm still awake. Yeah, I'm towards the end of my project. Slowly moving towards the end of the project. Oh god, poor bots are getting absolutely murdered by the amount of requests I have for them. Yeah, no landfill left in here, so let's go back to Vulcanus with this. Yeah, I think I think we can make this 15 tall. And that's probably a pretty fair deal. We are currently designing the end of the science production. So we need to produce eggs. We're going to need to produce ammo for that. How do I get ammo? What if I produce just yellow ammo or red ammo? What about red ammo? Do I have... Yeah, I have to produce it in an assembly machine. I guess red ammo would be best. A 2 AM warning, yep, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's get red ammo production, I guess. Oh, we need steel for that, though. No, that's fine, we can provide steel, I think. Where is we? Is it? Is we? Oh, that was a word. Where is it coming out? It's coming out here. That was certainly a word. That hour went fast. Yeah, that's the problem with Factorio, isn't it? You're like, yeah, yeah, let's just start a small little project, you know? 2 hours later. No night time on Gleba. I think. I haven't noticed a night time on Gleba. Maybe I just haven't noticed it. That's entirely possible. Alright, so what do we take here? We take iron. We take iron, we take copper, and we take steel. Iron plates, copper plates, and steel. I might... I might just add a few foundries up there. Specifically for that purpose. How much of it do I need? I need 10 iron per second. And I need 6. That's like 12, almost 13 copper. So 10 iron, 13 copper, and like 3 steel. So like 2 foundries. Four foundries of copper, 2 foundries of iron, 4 foundries of copper, and like 1 of steel? Something like that? Yeah, I think that's it. So honestly, for steel, I can probably just have a foundry here and just unload on the foundry. Because we're going to produce like 3 per second. That has only 11 stack size, so that's well enough. You know. As for iron, you know what? I can almost direct feed the iron. 5. That's a lot to direct feed. Not that much actually. How do I do it? I guess for the iron I can unload on the belt. That's probably the easiest. Yeah, I don't really want to. No, I'm gonna direct feed the iron. I decided. Alright, so iron goes here. Because it's one foundry per machine, pretty much. So there's absolutely no point in having the belts, you know? It's a complete waste to have the belts. Why is that here? That has nothing to do here. Oh, wait, it's moduled. What's the foundry rate like if I unmodule it? No, come on. There we go. 375? Ah. It's probably best then... Okay. I take it back. I didn't notice it was moduled. My bad. So, iron. Iron plates, 375. We need like 10. That said, I probably can upgrade all this. Oh, they are upgraded already. Then I don't need to have like 3 of them. That rate is way fast enough. 12 hours later. I haven't been playing for 12 hours. In my defense. So 375, I need 3 of them. Alright. And copper, I said 2.08 times 6, that's like 1248. Divided by 375. That's 3.3, so we still need 4 copper ones. That's fine. Alright. Maybe that's overkill. To go halfway across the world. You know, sometimes less is better. Good. Alright. Next. undergrounding this. That way I can power this whole build. Sure. Perfect. What about up there? Perfect. That's good. Piping, no. Doo -doo -doo. Molten iron. Oh, hey, it's right here. Perfect. And copper. Where is molten copper? It's right here. That should be good enough. Now let's place a few inserters. Because right now clearly we are not cutting it. Can I get gears delivered to me? Maybe. Hello? Gears? Where are you? Am I blind? Yes, I am. Thank God. As for circuits, I guess... Oh, actually, I was getting gears delivered already. Maybe I just need to be slightly more patient. I said slightly. Alright, so this is producing advanced ammo. Which needs to be delivered down there. Actually, maybe I'm going to go a bit further with that. Because there's really no need to go back up there. Yeah. And then we split. Hopefully that's enough production. If need be, we can increase it. This whole thing is gonna need to back up. It's gonna take a little while. Especially since I don't have the inserters. To feed everything. Which maybe isn't the worst thing ever. What were we saying? So we have 4x4 at the moment, and we need 60 of them. Um, and so 60 would be 15 by 4. So that's gonna be 8. Well, 16. And then we can take off the last iteration. Of course, we're going to need to line it up with roboports. Why is this not getting built? Am I out of roboports in this base? No, I just have way too many jobs for the bots. Which is my fault realistically, but that's fine. I just have swamped them in jobs. Oh my god. That's a lot. Let's give them a little bit more, shall we? Yeah, I know. The bot gods are not very kind to the poor little bots. The bot gods, that's me. I am the bot god. Okay, so that's 60. Perfect. We can remove these 60, which were our templates. And now the bots can go and place them. Right? How is this doing? 1600. Huh. Well, you still have a bit to wait, don't you? How's the production in here? Plastic is not the highest it's ever been, but it's fairly up there. It's higher than consumption? No, that's blue circuits consumption. Sorry. Well, blue circuits production. Wait a minute. Um, Right, Blue Secret's production is technically in average higher than consumption. Uh, yeah, it's a lot higher than consumption actually. Oh hey, we might be positive on Blue Circuits. Did we do it? Did we change limiting factor? I think we did. Yeah, we're back to rocket fuel being the limiting factor. uh, shall we double rocket fuel production and kill everything again? I kinda want to do it. Alright, let's remove all this. We're gonna need to reconnect the light oil in the center, but that's okay. Question is, do we have the space? Not really. Not really. Can we? Not really either. Okay. Can we not quite double? Yes, we can not quite double. Let's do that then. Hehe. Poor little base getting murdered. One production at a time. What's getting across here? Oh yeah, the heavy oil. Interesting. That's the problem with having repeatable patterns in your base. It's way too easy to murder your base. That said, we do have a bit of an excess of light oil. So this consumes a lot more light oil, but that's fine, right? We probably just doubled almost the rate of rocket launch. So, you know, there's that. Uh, let's see here. Yeah, we went from 96 rocket fuel per minute to 170 rocket fuel per minute. As for rocket parts, we went from 96 to 170. So we went to like almost 2 rockets per minute. Look at that. We're readying 2 rockets at once now. And we didn't really... No, we did increase blue circuit consumption. But it's like half the production. So it doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, that's so much better already. That really means we might want to increase it even more. How are we doing on light oil? We're still overproducing light oil. No, actually no, we are over-consuming light oil at the moment. So the stocks of light oil are going to crash down at some point. We are producing 35k, 35k per minute, and we're consuming 36k per minute. So the current rate isn't sustainable for the oil, which we should see in here. This should be ticking down slowly. Slowly but surely. Yep, there we go. Alright. How about Gleba? What are we doing here? You know, I kinda almost want to move this. That way I can do that. Right? Yeah. That way that's symmetrical. And that makes the whole build much easier to extend if I need to extend it. Which at the moment isn't that obvious, obviously. Obviously. Right, next. Next item of order. This can all be underground, allowing me to more easily pass through other things. Eggs, for example. But let's see how I do this. So I kinda want two columns feeding each side of eggs, if that makes sense. Yeah. Which means, let's see. I should have put it one further to the right. That's fine. Well, really, I wish I would have centered them on each other right now. That's okay. Um, I think that's okay. And then we can do something like that, probably. So this can be eggs. Something like that. I think it's good. Next, so I need to feed nutrients to this whole build. And then to have waste output. How much does this take? I have 60 machines that consume a quarter of a nutrient per second each, because they consume 500 kilowatts. One nutrient is 2 megajoules, right? So I need 15 nutrient per second. So that's a full yellow belt of nutrient, right? So I can feed it with a blue belt. I can. That's doable. That's good. I was slightly worried on that front. Aha. I guess I can do that. Yeah, that's probably the easiest. I think I'm going to need a separate nutrient feed. I mean, technically, let's see. How much this whole thing takes. This whole thing is 60 plus 37. That's 97 machines running. 97 divided by 4. That's 24 and a quarter nutrient per second that I need. So technically that works. Okay, so I can take the nutrients from here. That's good. That's very good. Alright, let's do that then. So you are going to filter out nutrients. Oh, but yeah, it's still better than half a blue belt. Right? It's 2:30 a.m. Yeah, I need to soon think about stopping. I know. We might need to shift down this whole thing, is what I'm currently learning. No, it's fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I'm sure we'll be fine. Uh, help. Ah. Oh, right, that's the one. Okay. That's fine. Then. Okay, you can shift up. Definitely. Well, you have to. You don't have a choice anyway. Not only you can, but you will. Uh, No, I really need to split it up. That's okay. The question is, how do I bring the nutrients back? I guess I can use a splitter here. And then, and then I'm blocking myself again. I know. I know what I can do. I can do that. And then I do this. And then I do this. And then I do that. Hey, that's actually more compact. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Okay. This doesn't need to be in the middle here. But really, that's okay. Actually, we're going to go one lower. No. Doesn't make a difference, so might as well not. Ah! Here we go. And that's actually more balanced in terms of splitting than just splitting off. So it's not that bad. Why are you not powered? Just because of the lack of landfill. What are we doing on landfill? A third of the way, well, 3/5 of the way there. I mean, technically we are doing much better than we were still. It's just so slow. I think I'm going to take this and bring it to Gleba either way. Oh. Are we not finished producing? Oh no, we're fine. Okay. We were just waiting for stuff to be delivered, I guess. That way, at least I can make some progress on it. Alright, next. So, waste, I guess, is the next item on the list. I'm delivering eggs, I'm delivering nutrients. What is this? Oh, that's talking about waste. That's a waste output. And I guess I just need to take it off the system. So really, it's... Okay, question. What is this? That's supposed to be eggs. And that's supposed to be nutrients. Right? Yeah. Better like this. So this is not needed really. What's needed is this. Shift it a little bit. And might as well just shift that while we're here. Right, and eggs go back up here. No, eggs, sorry, go back up here. Merge there. Go back up here. Merge there. Merge there and go in here. Okay. Okay. I'm happy to report the lava cake delivery made it to the planet. By the looks of how happy the bots seem to be about it. So, I might just sideload. Yeah, I might just sideload it. Sideload on here. Sideload on here. That might be a tricky one. Maybe shift a little bit. Just to be sure. And this can probably... that's also a tricky one, I think. And so... if I do this... Then that's all my waste taken care of, isn't it? Well, not all my waste, but a good chunk. And to be sure, we can greenbelt it. Just so there isn't any doubt that we can deal with it. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So this should be spoilage dealt with. And then the only thing left here is to deal with extra output of bioflux. And up until now, we have just sent it to the bot. So we're going to continue for now. I think so, at least. Yeah, right here. So bioflux is to deal with by the bots. That's okay. We need this to finish building. And then at the end here, I guess we can start doing it. We are going to have to filter out spoilage. Out of the nutrient feed. And the spoilage can just loop back right here. I think that's good enough, honestly. Like, sure, there's some nutrient that's always gonna get spoiled here. That's fine. That's totally fine, in my opinion. Is this empty? Yes, it is. So I guess it's time we go back to Vulcanus. These are very active, but that's completely normal. I think one more thing we need to check is the wire connectivity. Because right now we have like 3 or 4 different builds that are not interconnected together. No, that should be better. So now if I highlight, I don't know, this, I guess I can go up this side as well. just ensure that everything's talking to each other. And then we need the control. We're going to have a separate control for the eggs production. Let's see. For now, it's just gonna be a manual control, I think. But eventually we're going to automate it based on whether or not the top part is active. And there may be a few other conditions, probably. Let's see. That's a checkmark signal. Alright. Oh, that's a good point. This build is constantly gonna need nutrients. This build cannot run without nutrients, and it would be dangerous to not feed it, because it would mean the eggs would just run down. Although we have a buffer on the other side, but yeah. Okay, we are not doing bad. I think we're not gonna start a build tonight though. Because we still need to automate it, there's still quite a bit of work to do. And I'm going to need to stop soon. So I think it's gonna be okay, so if we automate the build next time, and then we start test running it. And this might be explosive. Need to stop streaming and let chat go to bed. A fun fact, chat isn't allowed to go to bed if I'm not going to bed. It's just how it works. Wait, why? No, it is a bulking server. I was seeing it blue. I was confused. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't feed it back. That would help with having a more stable loop. But I think they stop when the loop is full, so it's helpful to have the full loop, I think. Oh, I'm going to need to interconnect water too. I forgot. And generally to provide water to the whole build, but that's not such a challenge, given the fact that we are in the middle of a huge swamp. Like I'm literally walking in water as I'm saying that. So I don't think finding the water is the big problem here. honestly. But I do need to provide it. Alright. That was easy. Can I build power infrastructure at least? Oh no, the problem is not the power infrastructure. The problem is not power pole availability. The problem is land availability. Makes sense. How much do we have? 320. Oh god. I need so much. You have 680. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a lot of landfill that needs to happen to be able to even consider testing this. And I think we probably need to individually test the eggs system first. Oh, one thing I didn't consider. Eggs return. What do I do with it? Maybe I bought it out. Or like I shut down. I don't know what to do with it. I might need to shut down like egg output if egg return is full or something like that. And we're probably gonna need some protection up there, I imagine. Uh, well, I might just shift it a little bit against this. Just like that? Yeah. And then we can chain them, of course. As you do. Oh no. Um, on the inside if I want it to be symmetrical. And that means ammo. Where is my ammo belt? My ammo belt is this one. Well, I say easy. That belt is a little bit in the middle, but we can deal with that. Yeah, something like that. And why is this not producing availability of steel? Oh, come on. You're kidding me, aren't you? I was wondering why it wasn't filling up. Oh, that's good, that's good. Just won your Magic the Gathering game in spectacular fashion. No sleep to play more Magic the Gathering in paper tomorrow. Have a great night, J-Moy. Yeah. It's 3 a.m., yeah. I'm going. No, it's Sleeper's Bonk if you want to bonk. You're not sleepering 3 a.m. You do need the sleepers to bonk, but you need to bonk, right? Aha! Alright. Yeah, we're gonna end pretty much here. We made good progress. We haven't produced science yet, but we're almost there. We need to fill up this whole thing. We need to construct this whole thing. But really, it's just a matter of finishing building everything and then automating the controls. Which is a very important part. You bonked the 3 a.m., you can continue. The sleepers on 3 a.m. so that 3 a.m. can go to bed. Am I going to raid? Yes, I'm going to raid, of course. I don't know who I'm going to raid yet, but I am. Let's see who is streaming. Oh, I might trade Damsel, who's playing Factorio as well. Need a few more Factorio players. That would be nice, wouldn't it? It's interesting because in terms of people interesting in the game, it seems Factorio Space Age, or since Space Age has come out, is doing less well than it was before, and I'm not sure why, honestly. I'm not quite sure why. It's interesting and a bit strange to me. Because I think Space Age is actually better than the base game, and yet people seem less interested by it. Maybe it's more scary? I don't know. Bit of mystery. The mystery of why people decide to watch one thing or the other. It's a complicated question. Very hard to predict. I see. Alright, so let's stop there because I can continue going indefinitely, honestly. Advancing one little problem at a time, little by little. But we need to stop somewhere. And yeah, I think we're pretty much almost there. We need to do the feeding, the controls. You know, I'm realizing we might not have enough space up there. We might need to shift the whole build down. Which is gonna be interesting. But yeah, it's not that bad. The worst part would be the need to refeed the ammo, but we can always put in a requester chest or something like that to help with that. Alright, let's go. We are going to raid somebody. Yeah, I think we're gonna raid Damsel. She's been up for an hour. And she's playing Factorio. So let's go share the love. And yeah, thank you everybody for joining me today. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed returning to Factorio. I've missed that game.